Chapter 974. What's going on? At this moment, the southern border GU immortals who were 10,000 li away from Yiqian Mountain raised their heads and looked at the sky. Even the mortal GU masters on Yiqian Mountain felt an indescribable sense of fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. He could only hear a faint roar coming from the extremely high sky. After a few breaths of time, this rumbling became louder, as if hundreds of people were beating drums far away. Ever since Fang Yuan ascended Yiqian Mountain, he had been racing against time. He had been training hard and converting his battle will. But right now, the commotion in the sky was getting bigger. He had no choice but to stop his work and look up. 100,000 feet up in the sky, a series of white specks of light appeared. These specks of light were numerous and densely packed. They were descending towards Yiqian Mountain in a grandiose manner. This is Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation. A GU immortal cried out in shock. No, Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation only has 1,000 or so light pearls. But this tribulation has at least 100,000 light pearls. Why is there a tribulation? Many GU immortals were baffled. Don't tell me someone is undergoing tribulation. Most GU immortals immediately looked towards Yiqian Mountain. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he raised his guard. Soon, he broke out in cold sweat as he felt a solid probing pressure sweeping through his body. Even though he had vaguely familiar face, this immortal killer move's core immortal GU was only rank 6. It could deceive rank 6 GU immortals, but against rank 7 and 8 GU immortals, the risk of being exposed was too high. Fang Yuan was on tenterhooks, but the result made him let out a sigh of relief. He was not discovered by the GU immortals. They did not find him. The GU immortals were surprised. They searched the surroundings of Yiqian Mountain but did not find any rank 5 GU masters undergoing tribulation. Just as they were about to continue searching, when they used stronger investigative methods, the Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation had already landed on the immortals. Just in case. Don't let the tribulation affect Yiqian Mountain. That's right, let's attack together. We will block the tribulation. Some GU immortals guessed, was this tribulation caused by graceful chaotic dual stage? The southern border GU immortals soon came to an agreement. According to the bet, if a threat appears, the participating GU immortals would have to resist together and protect their own interests. Although there were many Thousand Pearl Light Tribulations, there were many southern border GU immortals here. Among them, there were 4 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s, and over 10 rank 6s. The immortals all attacked. Very quickly, the Thousand Pearls Light Tribulation was destroyed. Not a single pearl fell to the ground. In fact, some GU immortals even used methods to draw in layers of clouds to conceal the sky above Yiqian Mountain, to prevent mortal GU masters from sensing the abnormalities. He. Rank 8 lone immortal Peng Shilong stroked his beard as he smiled. No matter who it is, to be able to undergo tribulation and ascend at this crucial moment, they will definitely be able to do so. Very thoughtful. Find this person. Everyone here is an elite GU immortal of southern border. Are you afraid of not being able to find a mortal undergoing tribulation? Rank 7 GU immortal Yi Qing Tang sneered. He was being used as a shield by others. This arrogant GU immortal was very unhappy at being used as a tool to undergo tribulation. Whose descendant is the mortal undergoing the tribulation? Just say it. It won't look good if we find him. GU immortal Wang Kai chuckled coldly. The immortals looked at each other for a while, but no one stood up. Rank 8 GU immortal Ren Hai Yang's expression turned grim. He shouted coldly, "Insolent fool. You still want to hide it now, do you think we are fools? Pay attention. Another tribulation is descending." Suddenly, a GU immortal reminded. The sky was dark. It was as if a giant had used a brush to smear a large patch of dense blue. The temperature fell, frost energy spread everywhere. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless icicles spiraled rapidly like sharp blades, pouring down like a downpour. Yi Qing Tang's voice was solemn as he shouted, "Profound dark flying frost. Who is undergoing tribulation, it can actually attract one of the 10 great catastrophes. Something is wrong, even if it is one of the 10 great catastrophes. The scale of this tribulation is too huge, it is far beyond the norm. It's coming. Block it. Rumble. Lightning shot out, flames burned, all the frost was neutralized. Profound dark flying frost was not just for show, it was one of the 10 great catastrophes. After this tribulation, many GU immortals were injured. One GU immortal, Gualaro, was even heavily injured, he could not help but want to retreat. Strange. Is this because graceful chaotic dual stage is about to appear? Is this why heaven sent this tribulation? No, I don't have any immortal GU, I cannot stay here and endure the tribulation, I need to get out of this danger first. Thinking of this, Gualaro turned into a beam of light and shot out. This guy runs really fast. Yi Ching Tang sneered, his hands behind his back as he proudly floated in the air. Profound dark flying frost was strong, but it was not enough to embarrass him. But more rank 6 GU immortals began to imitate Gualaro. Most of these people were low-level GU immortals, they did not have immortal GU and were basically injured. However, at the next moment, Gualaro's figure suddenly appeared at the center of the GU immortals. He was stunned. Why was he here? Soon after, more rank 6 GU immortals were teleported back, appearing beside Gualaro. There is an ambush. Someone has set up a giant space path GU formation outside. Soon, a GU immortal reacted and shouted. Rank 8 aura burst out. Peng Shalong's eyes shined with a sharp light as he looked around. Who is it? Come out. He. As Old Man Inkstone laughed sinisterly, more than 10 black-robed GU immortals appeared and surrounded the southern border GU immortals. Old Man Inkstone was at the back, pointing at the sky. Everyone, let me give you a warning, the third wave of tribulation has arrived. Everyone raised their heads and saw a black lion group flying in the sky. Desolate beast Chi Grand Lion. This kind of lion had Chi Path Dao marks and was born with the ability to fly. There were more than 6,000 Chi Grand Lions. The rank 6 GU immortals' faces turned pale. Rank 8 GU immortal Jiaoyi shouted, petty tricks. Get lost. He waved his sleeves as intense winds howled in the world. Giant wind scythes appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands. They shot out in all directions. The lion group howled in pain as they were heavily injured by the wind scythes. Countless Chi Grand Lions died on the spot. The wind scythes tore their corpses into thousands of pieces, causing a rain of blood to fall from the sky. There were countless bones and minced meat mixed in it. Wild Wind Jiaoyi, you are truly awe-inspiring. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly, praising him. Jiaoyi, however, frowned. Most of the wind scythes he sent out were aimed at Old Man Inkstone. But the wind scythes were blocked by the GU formation and dissipated, while the GU formation only rippled and was not damaged. This showed that its defense was beyond imagination. Who are these people? What are their intentions? Plotting against us, they are simply too daring, they don't want to live. You dare to oppose the whole of Southern Border's GU immortal world. The GU immortals scolded angrily or were suspicious. Time did not allow them to wait for Shadow Sect's response. The heavenly tribulation arrive. Howl. A majestic dragon roar resounded in the world. A burning cloud covered an area of 10,000 li, pressing down from above. For blazing cloud tribulation, someone recognized it. Someone shouted. Be careful, I have passed this 4 blazing cloud tribulation, it has a total of 4 layers. Each layer is fiercer than the one before it. A fire path GU immortal reminded. Block it. There is also the dragon roar, this is the dragon roar tribulation and 4 blazing cloud tribulation. 2 tribulations. Protect the surrounding GU immortals, preserve our strength. The GU immortals shouted angrily, working together to undergo the tribulation. A normal 4 blazing cloud tribulation. It should only cover an area of 100 li, how can there be such a huge burning cloud? On Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan also looked in shock. Floating clouds could block the vision of mortal GU masters, but they could not block Fang Yuan's vision. He had a bad feeling. I seem to have stepped into a huge trap. These black-robed GU immortals. They seem to be very similar to the Shadow Sect GU immortals that He Lulan mentioned. They actually dared to scheme against so many southern border GU immortals. What are they trying to do? It seems that this heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity is not a result of someone undergoing tribulation, it is their doing. With Old Man Inkstone at the lead, the Shadow Sect Immortals set up a giant GU formation, trapping all the southern border GU immortals. The southern border GU immortals wanted to escape and attack the GU formation, but to no avail, they could only endure the bombardment of the tribulations. As time passed, the power of the tribulations became more terrifying. Soon, the rank 7 GU immortals could not hold on anymore. After another 3 waves, the rank 8 GU immortals also found it difficult to deal with them. Their expressions were unsightly. It was not that they did not try, but they all failed in front of the Shadow Sect GU formation. Block this wave of tribulations, let me do it. Peng Shalong made up his mind, activating his trump card killer move. The aura was grand, light waves spread out, but the Shadow Sect GU formation only shook 3 times before stabilizing. What GU formation is this? The southern border immortals saw this, their hearts sank to rock bottom, they could not conceal their worries. The heavenly tribulations came one after another, the time between each one getting shorter and shorter. Different types of tribulations came one after another, it was like a torrential downpour, vast and endless. The GU immortals gradually attacked less and defended more, they lost the initiative. Hold on, Jiaoyi shouted, we still have a chance. The tribulations are vast and endless, they target us, they also affect the surrounding GU formation. The immortals heard this and their hearts shook. Even though rank 6 GU immortals had already died, the remaining immortals did not give up. They were bitterly holding on, they still had hope in their hearts. Once the GU formation was destroyed by the tribulations, they would be able to escape. The situation in the field was seen by Old Man Yang Shi. He could see through all the changes like looking at a fire. Wu Xie, he called softly. Behind him stood a young man. He had wavy black hair that reached his shoulders. His eyes flickered with countless colors, the colors mixed together and formed into a whirlpool that slowly rotated. His nose bridge was tall, the lines of his lips were like they were carved by a knife. If he pursed his lips, he would have a cold and demonic charm. But right now, he was concentrating on looking at the sky, the corners of his mouth were wide open, his smile spread across his face, revealing his white teeth, he looked somewhat silly. Wu Xie. Seeing that there was no response, Old Man Inkstone called out again. Ah, you called me, I was looking at the fireworks. The young GU immortal reacted and replied with a smile. Old Man Inkstone smiled bitterly. These are not simple fireworks, these are tribulations, although they are beautiful, they contain a fatal threat. These are all the handiwork of Providence, it wants to destroy us, it is our greatest enemy. Chapter 975. Old Man Inkstone sighed. Providence is not a specific enemy, it is everywhere, it is vast and endless. As long as the 5 regions and 9 heavens still exist, Providence will never be destroyed. Even if you destroy a portion of Providence, at the same time, 10% of Providence will be born again. The young GU immortal was stunned. Then what should we do? We are going against heaven this time, Providence is our greatest enemy. After 100,000 years of preparation, we will erupt today. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. But this time, we will suddenly erupt and catch Providence unprepared, we will use man to conquer heaven. Old Man Inkstone said, gesturing to Wu Xie, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation we set up has already trapped all the southern border GU immortals nearby. But this formation is only a small portion, it has not even displayed a tenth of its power. The tribulations are constantly affecting the GU formation, it will not last for long. Next, I and several other GU immortals will use souls as sacrifices to continue setting up this formation. This way, this formation will reach 90% power, it is just one step away from completion. The southern border GU immortals will not have a chance to escape. So amazing. The young GU immortal's eyes stared blankly, he was in a daze. Old Man Yang Shi continued in a deep voice, after I die, you will be the #1 battle power. Remember, you were born from the dream realm, you only have 18 hours of lifespan. Every 2 hours, Your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Right now, you have just become a rank 7 GU immortal. You only have 4 hours of lifespan left. You will become stronger and stronger, until the moment of death. You will become a rank 9 GU immortal. No one will be able to block your attacks. Is rank 9 very powerful? The young GU immortal had a confused expression. Old Man Inkstone chuckled, of course. Rank 9 is the limit of this world, it is the strongest peak, there cannot be rank 10 in this world. So rank 9 is the strongest. I can only live for 4 hours, isn't that too short? Am I going to die after 4 hours? What is death? The young GU immortal asked. Elder Inkstone explained patiently, everything has been properly planned. 4 hours is more than enough. If the plan fails, no matter how long we live, victory or defeat will be difficult to reverse. As for, what is death? Elder Inkstone said until here. Pausing for a moment, he slowly said in a low voice, death is the end of life, but also the beginning of life. The young GU master scratched his head, not really understanding. Old Man Yangsha took a deep breath. His withered body was as thin as firewood. It was trembling in the wind as if it would be blown away in the next moment. He gazed into the distance. His eyes didn't have the whites of his eyes. They were pitch black, but at this moment, there were countless reflections. In the reflection, there was Fang Yuan, by Ning Bing, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, Celestial Court GU Immortals, Southern Border GU Immortals, Yiqian Mountain, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. The time has come, Elder Inkstone said. But before I die, I will use my remaining lifespan to make a deduction for you. Remember my priceless advice, it will be of great help to you. The moment he said this, Elder Inkstone's life force rapidly weakened. At the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. For the first time, he showed a dazed expression. It was as if he was doubtful and fearful of the result of the deduction. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at the naive young GU immortal with a complex gaze. His lips moved several times before he finally said, "Be careful of yourself." Failing at the last step, he revealed the heavenly secret with difficulty. While he was speaking, his body started to turn into sand, dissipating in the wind. By the time he said failing at the last step, he had no more time, he completely dissipated, turning into ashes. His soul was sucked in by the formation, fusing into the GU formation at once. Not only Elder Inkstone, among the Shadow Sect GU Immortals, there were also several who sacrificed themselves, fusing their souls into the formation. 90% 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. A grand radiance burst out, soaring to the sky. At this moment, even the boundless heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities paled in comparison. The radiance was so dazzling that the Southern Border GU Immortals could not help but shut their eyes. The radiance disappeared in a flash. The Southern Border GU Immortals quickly opened their eyes. They saw that the surrounding 10,000 li was shrouded by a huge GU formation. 10 GU Immortals were standing in the air, separated from each other, standing at the outermost periphery, encircling the Southern Border GU Immortals. Among them, 9 GU Immortals were wearing black robes, their faces were covered by hoods, they were mysterious and unfathomable. The last one was the young GU Immortal Ying Wuxia. He looked around, feeling very curious. After all, he had just been born 14 hours ago, it was understandable that he was curious about the world. What's going on? What in the world happened? How did this GU formation strengthen so much? Under the destruction of the calamities and tribulations, the GU formation was already shaking, but now it was like a huge reef by the sea, steel in the wind, unmoving like a mountain. Sensing this situation, the Southern Border GU Immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Rank 8 GU Immortal Ren Hai Yang could no longer protect the other Rank 6 GU Immortals. He chose a direction and attacked the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Deceiving fool, die! He shouted as he clapped his hands. A huge wave rose in the air. The blue seawater weighed 10,000 tons. It roared as it charged towards a black-robed GU Immortal. Protect him! The other 3 Rank 8 GU Immortals attacked together, resisting the calamities and tribulations above them, protecting Ren Hai Yang. With the help of others, Ren Haiyang's pressure on his defenses decreased. He laughed loudly as he activated his immortal essence. Waves rose one after another, as if they were covering the sky. It was like an ancient desolate beast opening its mouth to engulf the world and devour everything. Ying Wuxie saw this and wanted to help, but was stopped by a black-robed Jiu immortal beside him. Stay at the formation core, don't move rashly. He can deal with it. Sure enough, at the next moment, the mysterious Jiu immortal who was facing the impact of the waves. Suddenly, a blazing fire burst into the sky. In an instant, with the black-robed Jiu immortal at the center, the surrounding 1,000 li turned into a world of blazing lava. The blue seawater that was over 100 feet tall charged into the formation. It evaporated into a large amount of white fog. Whoosh! Next, the fire roared and spread rapidly. The intense heat pushed the fog away. Such power! I almost could not control it. The black-robed Jiu immortal was overjoyed. He stood proudly at the center of the lava. His black robe was already mostly burnt. He had revealed his true appearance. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this person. The southern border Jiu immortals also exclaimed, "You are actually a 10 extreme immortal zombie, blazing glory lightning brilliance." This person was the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie who had participated in the 100 Days battle and successfully escaped. After he was captured alive by old ancestor Xue Hu, he was rescued by Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others sent by Zombie Alliance. To think that he would appear here. Don't tell me Zombie Alliance plotted against the southern border Jiu immortals. No. If it was Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demonis would definitely know about it. Maybe. Shadow Sect. These two words suddenly appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan shuddered. His situation was getting worse. His situation was the same as the southern border Jiu immortals. He was also trapped here. Ren Haiyang's attack failed. He could only retreat with hatred. The tribulations in the sky were like a storm. Not only did they not stop for a moment, their power was also increasing. Miserable cries and screams could be heard from the sky. The rank 8 Jiu immortals could not even take care of themselves. Many rank 6 Jiu immortals had already lost their lives. Normally, the high and mighty Jiu immortals were as weak as chicks in the face of tribulations. Large numbers of rank 7 Jiu immortals could only drift with the waves. Like small boats in a storm, they could not control themselves. If they were not careful, they would be engulfed by the tsunami. The tribulations were hard to resist. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless battle was stable like a mountain. It could not be broken. The southern border Jiu immortals were in a desperate situation. At the moment of life and death, they let go of their former enmity and cooperated sincerely. They soon thought of the only way to survive. That was the immortal Jiu house graceful chaotic dual stage. Only an immortal Jiu house. Only an immortal Jiu house could have superb defense, to resist the terrifying tribulations and protect the Jiu immortals. At the same time, the immortal Jiu house's attack power was the best weapon to break the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The immortal Jiu house graceful chaotic dual stage, hidden deep underground, was the hope of the southern border Jiu immortals. Even though there was a forbidden zone for immortals, southern border Jiu immortals could not get close. But this forbidden zone did not harm immortal Jiu. The immortal goose power would be severely weakened inside, but it was still stronger than most mortal methods. Combine our strength, destroy Yitian Mountain and take out graceful chaotic dual stage. Jiu immortal Jiu Yi shouted. However, those who still had the strength to attack. Only 4 rank 8 Jiu immortals were left. The rank 7 Jiu immortals could only run for their lives under the bombardment of the tribulations. The 4 rank 8's bombardment did not affect Yitian Mountain at all. The thick clouds above Yitian Mountain had obtained the power of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Jiu formation, becoming tough and soft. It swallowed all the attacks, and the clouds and mist tumbled violently for a while before returning to calmness. The 4 rank 8 Jiu immortals returned without any gains. Their eyes shined with a sharp light, they gritted their teeth and attacked without stopping, their expressions gradually becoming crazed. Yiqian Mountain was quiet and peaceful. The mortals were kept in the dark. They had no idea about the shocking situation in the sky. As long as a tiny bit of the tribulations leaked out, Yiqian Mountain would be wiped out, and all the mortal Jiu masters would be annihilated. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. Was there such a situation in my previous life? We did not know death was right above our heads. Calm down, calm down. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, forcefully expelling the nervousness and unease in his heart, forcing himself to think calmly. Shadow Sect's shocking move had schemed against the southern border Jiu immortals. Even Fang Yuan had fallen into it, unable to extricate himself. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might have participated in this bet, but they are both in Xiaohun Blessed Land now, using Luo Po Valley to cultivate their souls. This Jiu formation isolates the inside and outside. It actually restricts all my communication method. Chapter 976. Even if I still have self-strength immortal Jiu, rank 7 battle strength is not enough. His top priority was still the graceful chaotic dual stage. The southern border Jiu immortals outside the Forbidden Zone had no hope of taking this immortal Jiu house. But I still have a chance. Only with the help of the graceful chaotic dual stage will I have any hope of escaping, otherwise, we can only use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan thought quickly and understood that the only opportunity before him was to become the new owner of the graceful chaotic dual stage. He had fixed immortal travel. But this immortal Jiu was stored in the immortal aperture. Immortal Gu's aura could be easily detected. Only by storing it in the aperture or immortal aperture would it be safe. However, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was already sealed. If Fang Yuan undid the seal, he would be trapped in the Forbidden Zone and would be destroyed immediately. He wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 seconds. But the spring-autumn cicada was not. Spring-autumn cicada was Fang Yuan's first vital Jiu. It had always been sealed in Fang Yuan's first aperture. After this period of time, the spring-autumn cicada had more or less recovered. Even though it was heavily sealed, it still brought great pressure to Fang Yuan's first aperture. Before this trip, Fang Yuan had thought of sealing fixed immortal travel or other immortal Jiu and temporarily storing them in his first aperture as insurance. But it didn't work. The aperture could store some mortal Jiu, but not a second immortal Jiu. Even with fixed immortal travel, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the clouds, looking at the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless Jiu formation. Even breathing was a little difficult. Among the southern border Jiu immortals, there were also Spacepath Jiu immortals with Spacepath immortal killer moves. However, all of them were trapped without exception. Evidently, this formation took care of Spacepath. The security was extremely tight, and there were no loopholes to exploit. More and more Jiu immortals died under the tribulations. The 4 rank 8 Jiu immortals were injured. They knew that the longer this dragged on, the less likely their chances would be. They had no choice but to work together and break out of the encirclement. All of you are like turtles in a jar. Where are you going? A black-robed Jiu immortal in front of them sneered. His aura surged, and his hood was blown off. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Peng Shalong exclaimed. Cold air quickly spread out, and a crystalline ice wall that was dozens of feet tall appeared in front of everyone. The 4 immortals were blocked. A bolt of lightning struck down from above their heads. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. The normal Snow War Tribulation Lightning was already one of the 10 great catastrophes. But this Tribulation Lightning. With more than 10 forks, the might of the attack had increased by tens of times. When it rains, it pours. The 4 immortals did not dare to face it head-on. One of them used a time path killer move to slow down the Tribulation Lightning, allowing the 4 immortals time to move. The Snow War Tribulation Lightning continued to charge forward, hitting the Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie's crystal ice wall. A large hole appeared in the ice wall. The Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie grunted, suffering light injuries. Providence. Northern Dark Ice Soul Immortal Zombie glared fiercely at the sky. Southern Border's 4 rank 8 Jiu Immortals. It changed its direction and tore through the sky, crashing into another area of the Jiu formation. This path is blocked. The black-robed GU immortal at the formation core chuckled. Boom. Both sides fiercely clashed, and they were evenly matched. The four immortals were obstructed, their momentum halted, but the black-robed GU immortal did not have it easy either. Carefree Wisdom Heart Physique. Another 10 extreme immortal zombie. You are Shang Clan's Shang Gui Cai. Peng Shalong frowned deeply. He recognized the black-robed GU immortal's identity. I have a deep relationship with Shang Clan's first Supreme Elder. As a Shang Clan member, you actually joined a demonic organization and caused chaos in the world. A prodigal son is more precious than gold. It is not too late for you to regret. Otherwise, if you cause a huge disaster, your clan will be implicated as well. The black-robed GU immortal sneered in disdain. What do you know? Shang Gui Cai is merely my soul's incarnation. What is a mere Shang Clan? How can it compare to my plan? Boom. Another bolt of tribulation lightning descended, causing the four southern border immortals to waver. Don't waste time with him, let's change directions. Blazing glory lightning brilliance, northern dark ice soul, carefree wisdom heart. The 10 extreme physiques that only appear once in 100 years actually appeared one after another. This is not a coincidence. This GU formation should be using one of the 10 extreme physiques to have such great power. In that case, he is the only loophole. After being obstructed by the carefree wisdom heart immortal zombie, the four immortals conversed at lightning speed, instantly turning their gazes towards the young GU immortal Ying Wuxie. Among all the GU immortals present, he was the most special. Because he was a living person, his aura also showed that he did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. The four immortals were heavily injured. They charged towards Ying Wuxie. Ying Wuxie's heart pounded. He shouted, "What do we do? What do we do? They are coming. Don't be nervous, use your best method." The black-robed GU immortal beside him reminded. "I am not nervous, I am not nervous." Ying Wuxie breathed in deeply, but his breathing was still rapid. Seeing that the four immortals were getting closer, Ying Wuxie recalled the scene of his birth. He was born from a dream realm. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was Old Man Inkstone. Old Man Inkstone smiled lightly. He sized him up with his black eyes. His tone was filled with admiration. "Good, good, good. Pure dream reality seeker physique. You are my greatest achievement in researching Dream Path. Since Bo Qing is dead, you will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation." "Who are you, and who am I?" Ying Wuxie asked curiously. "You are me, and I am you. I am Old Man Inkstone, and as for you, you shall be called Ying Wuxie." Old Man Inkstone chuckled. Next, he waved his sleeves. Countless thoughts poured into Ying Wuxie's mind. Ying Wuxie felt a wave of information flowing into his mind. The time was limited. "I will only teach you one immortal killer move." Although it did not have any offensive power, it was at the peak of Dream Path in the current 5 regions. It was at the forefront of this era. Even those Celestial Court GU immortals were left far behind. One move was fresh. Eat all over the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a GU immortal, I will give you a complete set of GU worms. You need to practice it then. The memories stopped. The four immortals were already in front of him. Among them, Fierce Wind Jiao Yi was at the forefront. Ying Wuxie's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light. He slowly opened his mouth, as if he was reciting, "Immortal killer move lead, soul, enter, dream." The four immortals' speed fell. They were extremely vigilant as if they were facing a great enemy. But after a few breaths of time, there was no movement. "Lad, you dare to trick us." Peng Shalong was furious, about to attack. At this time. But the rank 8 GU immortal Jiao Yi started to fall. What is going on? Just as Peng Shalong and the rest were bewildered. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless GU formation activated. The attack was extremely fierce as it attacked Jiao Yi. Jiao Yi did not move. The layers of defense around his body started to dissipate. The remaining 3 immortals quickly tried to save him, blocking the GU formation's attack. Jiao Yi was still falling. Gulp gulp, gulp gulp. He actually fell asleep at this moment. It's that kid's doing. Ren Haiyang's face was filled with malevolence. Fear and alarm mixed together. Against a rank 7 GU immortal, using an immortal killer move, Jiuyi was hit without any resistance. Furthermore, the layers of defense that he had wrapped around his body had no effect at all. What kind of killing move was this? Be careful. Peng Shalong exclaimed. The tribulation descended, countless bolts of falling star lightning moved at the speed of light. The moment they appeared, they had already reached the southern border GU immortals. After this wave of heavenly calamity, most of the southern border GU immortals were killed. They all lost their lives. Even the rank 8 GU immortal, Jiuyi, who had the name Guangfeng and had been around for hundreds of years, was smashed into countless pieces by the falling star lightning. Peng Shalong and the others couldn't even take care of themselves and couldn't save him in time. It's over. At this moment, the 3 rank 8 GU immortals felt despair. Ying Wuxie was indeed a loophole in the formation. But his own fighting ability was beyond the 3 immortals' imagination. An unprecedented dream path killer move directly caused Jiuyi to fall into a deep sleep, unable to wake up. With Jiuyi's death, the remaining 3 immortals' momentum fell by a large margin. Their hopes of escaping the encirclement became slim. We need to persevere. On Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, who had been observing the battlefield all along, could not help but feel anxious. Even if he became the owner of graceful chaotic dual stage, with just Fang Yuan's strength, he could not activate the enormous immortal GU house. It was like a person trying to control a huge ship. His strength was not as good as his will, and it was extremely difficult. Thus, it was necessary to cooperate with the southern border GU immortals. The more GU immortals that entered the immortal GU house, the more immortal essence it would expend, and the stronger the immortal GU house would be. With just Fang Yuan alone, it was very difficult to make the immortal GU house strong enough to break the GU formation. Time passed mercilessly. The 3 rank 8 GU immortals were exhausted from running for their lives, while the remaining rank 7 GU immortals were fleeing like rats in the midst of the tribulation. When Ren Haiyang died because of the tribulation, the remaining 2 rank 8s were in complete despair. The situation is hopeless. Fang Yuan could not help but cry out in his heart, "Sigh, now, I can only continue to disguise my identity and hope that no one finds out." But when the rank 7 and rank 6 GU immortals were all dead, and only 2 rank 8 GU immortals were left, Yitian Mountain suddenly started shaking. Soon, the shaking increased in intensity. The earth shook and the mountains shook. What is going on? The shaking attracted the gazes of the 2 rank 8 GU immortals. Did you take graceful chaotic dual stage? The 2 rank 8 GU immortals shouted at each other. But they were both stunned, realizing that it was not the other's fault. Fang Yuan's body also shook. He had not refined the immortal GU house yet. Then who was it? Boom! Mountain rocks cracked, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and a figure jumped out of the hole. Great strength, true martial immortal zombie. He had actually escaped the suppression of the immortal GU house, flying into the sky and seeing the light of day again. However, before Fang Yuan could react, a cold snort resounded. "You want to escape your fate in front of us? Die." A beam of light shot down vertically from above the sky. Rank 9 Immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The immortals of the Celestial Court had already arrived. The pure white pillar of light had terrifying might. It easily broke the 10 extreme formation. The 2 southern border rank 8s were instantly annihilated. Damn it! The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie could not dodge in time. He could only roar in indignation before he was smashed into smithereens by the pillar of light. The pillar of light did not slow down. It shot towards Yitian Mountain. Am I going to die? Fang Yuan raised his head and gritted his teeth. His muscles tensed up. He could not block the full strength attack of a rank 9 immortal GU house. He only had one trump card left, Spring Autumn Cicada. At the next moment, Fang Yuan self-detonated. He failed. Spring Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's will. It had just entered the river of time when it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 977. According to legends, there was such a river in this world. It flowed through the beginning and the end. It contained cause and effect, flowing through every corner of the world. It was everywhere. With its watering, the world could operate normally, and everything could change. This river was called the River of Time. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, a hotbed of time path. Countless time path GU worms lived and multiplied here. Billions of hectares of river water flowed without restraint, never stopping. The river water was vast and mighty, the tides rose and fell, waves rolled. Every drop of the water of time was pale and colorless. But the trillions and trillions of water droplets of time collided and fused with each other. They could burst out with the most dazzling light in the world. The beauty of this light could not be described with words. Fang Yuan had always felt that this was one of the most beautiful scenes in the world. When the rank 9 immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower unleashed an attack that had been prepared for a long time, Fang Yuan was implicated. He could not escape or dodge. His only remaining choice was to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. However, the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada had a huge flaw. There was a chance of failure every time it was activated. On Qing Maro Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it once. On San Cha Mountain, Fang Yuan had successfully activated it again. Counting the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had successfully activated Spring-Autumn Cicada 3 times already. Now, he finally encountered failure. Activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed. Although his will had entered the River of Time, the moment he set off, he felt a chill run down his spine. Spring-Autumn Cicada self-detonated, turning into countless fragments. Fang Yuan's will was like a baby that had lost its boat and fell into the water. The raging river of time could instantly devour Fang Yuan's will. Devour, destroy, and completely melt, not even a fragment was left. In the end, I still failed. At the moment of death, Fang Yuan's remaining will was strangely calm. There was no impatience, no unwillingness. There was no regret. He had chosen this path back then. He had already expected the possible outcome. Right now, this situation was already in Fang Yuan's imagination. There was no other way. He had used all his strength. If I was given another chance, I would still live like this. So be it, my GU Immortal adventure story will end here. Although he didn't leave behind any biographies or legacies, it doesn't matter. Fang Yuan's willpower quickly sank. He was very calm. He even felt a kind of happiness. If he still had any face left, the corners of his mouth would have curled up into a subconscious smile. What was there to regret about dying on the path of one's pursuit? The laughter in Fang Yuan's heart stopped abruptly. Something strange happened at this moment. Within the vast and desolate river of time, a ghostly face suddenly appeared. The ghost face winked at Fang Yuan's remaining will, as if it was mocking him silently. Then, the pitch-black ghost face's cheeks puffed up, its expression extremely pained. He seemed to be vomiting. A huge flower bud came out of the ghost face's mouth, dripping wet. The ghost face's mouth was almost about to burst, the corners of its mouth stretched to its ears in an exaggerated manner. After spitting out the flower bud, the ghost face relaxed and winked at Fang Yuan again, showing a comical and strange expression. But it was a sinister and terrifying smile. And that flower bud broke through the river surface and slowly bloomed. Time seemed to stop at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the flower bud bloomed and turned into a beautiful red lotus. A faint red light shot out from the heart of the lotus, shining on the location of Spring-Autumn Cicada's accident. Thus, the time in the red light began to reverse. At the same time, the ghost face that carried the red lotus slowly sank into the river. Like a movie being played in reverse, everything that had happened was moving backwards. It was also like water that was poured out, automatically returning to the basin. Fang Yuan's will had almost completely dissipated, only a tiny bit was left and could be directly ignored. But under the illumination of the red light, his will quickly recovered, and countless GU worm fragments also appeared. Next, these GU worm fragments pieced together and turned into the complete Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada carried Fang Yuan's intact will and started its journey again. The red light dissipated and the red lotus instantly dissipated, while that ghost face was cleanly washed away by the surging river water of the River of Time. It was as if everything was an illusion. But spring-autumn cicada had already been forcefully restored. It carried Fang Yuan's will, Fang Yuan's remaining hope as it charged into the river. Going against the current, with difficulty. Returning to the past. Star form blessed land. Demonic fog shrouded the area, poisonous blood was boiling, the 3 layers of the Gu formation had already been corroded and destroyed, the surrounding ground had turned into a shallow poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, the earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This Gu refinement material was very special, it was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Stellar energy was the weather above the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick wall of astral energy. If Gu immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the thick earth energy beneath the 10 lands. The chi of heaven and earth were difficult to coexist in the first place. However, at this moment, the 2 of them were harmoniously united in the earthly limits astral energy. Not only did they coexist peacefully, but they were also constantly transforming each other. There was a constant stream of black mud turning into stellar energy, and a constant stream of stellar energy turning into black mud. Fang Yuan shook his palm, and the ball of earthly limits astral chi rapidly turned turbid. The black mud astral chi blended together, forming a ball of grey fog. But if he didn't shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down and his stellar energy would be on top. Once again, black and white were distinct and the strange phenomenon of circulating slightly with each other appeared. Deal with this immortal material. It was the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves could not deal with it perfectly. He could only use the 4 publicly recognized strongest immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials: slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, and muffled thunderstone drum. Only wind grinding could be accomplished in one go. Unfortunately, I do not have these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limits astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, he stepped on the ground and his body flew into the air, lightly leaping. He jumped into the tortoise shell. Inside the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on his 6 monstrous arms. He then made wounds on his chest, back, and other areas. Blood refinement killer move, blood thread travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the tortoiseshell wark seemed to be drawn in. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread, Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain, Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using Gu worm methods. He needed to feel pain to understand to what extent the immortal material was being processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the tortoiseshell wark continued to mix, forming a cycle that flowed in and out of Fang Yuan's body. After this process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limits astral chi that he had taken out earlier. Gulp. He swallowed the earthly limits astral chi. This was a unique blood path Gu refinement method that he had created in his previous life. He named this the flesh body blood refinement method. The earthly limits astral chi entered his body and was cleansed by the blood, fusing into the blood. This blood flowed out of Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, entering the tortoiseshell wark. It sank to the bottom of the wark. At the same time, the poisonous blood in the wark flowed into Fang Yuan's body through his wounds, cleansing the earthly limits astral chi. Time passed, 3 days and 2 nights passed. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was distorted from the pain, his 8 monstrous arms were inserted into the poisonous blood, his fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing like a bull. There is still 1 night left, I can completely process the earthly limits astral chi in my body. As long as I get through this, the most difficult step in the process of refining change form immortal Gu will be over. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's painful expression froze. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and his bright green eyes suddenly became confused, losing almost all of their divine light. During the process of refining immortal GU, one had to maintain high concentration at all times. How could he be distracted like this? Puff. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Next, he fell down, landing in the poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, creating a huge wave of blood. The blood wave rushed out of the tortoise shell, splashing on the grass. Soon, a large patch of lush green grass was corroded into dark red smoke. Master! Starform Land Spirit shouted with a worried expression as he jumped into the tortoise shell. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's head popped out of the pool of blood. He flopped around for a while before standing up again. The dazed expression on his face faded, his eyes regained their vigor as he muttered, This is. Hearing Fang Yuan muttering to himself, Starform Land Spirit became even more worried. Did Master become stupid because of the immortal GU refinement failure? Fang Yuan first looked at his hands, then at the tortoise shell and the pool of blood. Finally his gaze stopped on Starform Land Spirit. What time is it now? Fang Yuan asked. Starform Land Spirit's heart jumped, but he still answered, Many days have passed since Master started refining the immortal GU. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. Starform Land Spirit's heart turned cold. It's over, Master is really stupid. He failed the immortal GU refinement and suffered heavy injuries. He doesn't even remember the specific time, but he is still laughing so happily. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart did not need to be told to others. I have been reborn again. Even though activating Spring-Autumn Cicada failed, because of a change, I was revived from the dead. From defeat to victory, my will has returned to the past. I am still refining change form immortal GU. Was it over a year ago? The time was so short. According to my foundation, with so many immortal GU, it should have been at least several hundred years. I only returned to a year ago. Is it because I failed to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada? Chapter 978. Even though the anomaly in the River of Time had only happened for a short period of time, it was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind, leaving a deep impression. This was a matter of life and death. It was impossible not to have a deep impression. Now that he thought about it, Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. Ghost Face Red Lotus, what does it represent? Why did I not encounter such a situation when I used Spring-Autumn Cicada several times? Or is it only triggered when Spring-Autumn Cicada fails? Or, slowly shaking his head, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this mysterious problem for now. He jumped out of the poisonous blood and flew out of the tortoise shell. The injuries on my body are not light. The only success Dao mark was destroyed because of the GU refinement failure. It is a pity. Fang Yuan inspected his body and soon found the consequences of this GU refinement failure. His body was full of cracks and was on the verge of collapse. He would need to recuperate for several months to recover from these injuries. GU refinement itself was a risky matter that was no less than an intense battle. Not to mention refining immortal GU. Because of rebirth, Fang Yuan failed in the GU refinement. It was normal for him to suffer heavy injuries. What made Fang Yuan even more regretful was that the success Dao mark that he had obtained after participating in the refinement path convention was destroyed because of this. Fang Yuan vaguely understood this point. The reason why I failed in refining Star Thought Immortal GU was not because of my technique, but because the Dao marks of the immortal materials fused together. This is a subtle aspect that cannot be manipulated. This is also the main reason why the success rate of all immortal GU is so low. The greatest use of success Dao marks is in this aspect. It allows the Dao marks of the immortal materials to fuse together and reach the standard of GU refinement. Thus, when I started refining change form immortal GU, success Dao marks started to deplete. As a special type of immortal material, it has always been supporting it. In the previous life, I did not encounter any accidents and succeeded in refining change form immortal GU. The success Dao mark played a huge role. But in this life, because of rebirth, I messed up this matter that I was confident in. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did not mean that with success Dao marks, the GU refinement would succeed no matter what. If a GU master wanted to die and purposely used the wrong refinement method, they would definitely fail. Success Dao marks were not omnipotent. In his previous life, why did Fang Yuan choose star form blessed land to refine the immortal Gu? He was afraid of being disturbed by external forces and causing the refinement to fail. Once the Gu refinement failed, the loss of immortal materials and injuries were small matters. The crucial point was that the success Dao marks would also be destroyed. Fang Yuan's rebirth happened to be when he was refining change form immortal Gu. This was akin to courting death. There was no helping it. He had succeeded in refining change form immortal Gu in his previous life, but failed in this life. Reincarnate. Although he has the advantage of foresight, when it comes to concrete matters, it's not always successful. However, my rebirth this time gives me a great advantage. Losing a success Dao mark. It's not important at all. Fang Yuan quickly collected his emotions and stabilized his state of mind. Fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan activated his immortal Gu and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He used to be anxious. But now he knew that there was still some time before Zhengzhou State solved the case of 88-point Shenyang Tower. There was no harm in him being a little calmer. Although he had the previous life's experience, Fang Yuan had always planned before taking action. He was an impatient person. He would not have reached his current level. There were countless clues and messy clues. How could he use the resources he had to maximize the benefits? This was the main problem that Fang Yuan needed to consider. The immortal zombie's thoughts were stiff. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to help him think. Compared to the previous life, his wisdom path attainment level had already reached Grandmaster. In fact, he even thought of a small Gu formation that could use the light of wisdom more efficiently and save a lot of time. Just half a day later, Fang Yuan finished his thoughts. Immortal zombies did not need to eat or drink. Even though he was injured, Fang Yuan had to use every second he had. Fixed immortal travel. He immediately activated this immortal Gu and secretly returned to southern border. Using his methods, he removed most of the immortal Gu's aura as Fang Yuan quietly approached Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan was familiar with the surrounding 10,000 li of Yitian Mountain. It could not be helped. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had participated in the unprecedented bet on Yitian Mountain. As time passed, the forbidden zone for immortals expanded, and Fang Yuan moved out along with the southern border Gu immortals. Thus, he was very familiar with the scenery around Yitian Mountain. Yitian Mountain. At this moment, it was still a nameless mountain. Before Fang Yuan came here, it had just rained. This future Yitian Mountain was filled with beautiful mountains and deep forests. Rainbows scattered, the sun and moon shone. Fang Yuan looked from afar, moving forward carefully, full of anticipation. If one were to ask what moved Fang Yuan the most after rebirth, it was undoubtedly the immortal Gu House graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain, and the suppressed rank 8 great strength true martial physique immortal zombie. The latter's importance did not need to be explained to Fang Yuan. In my previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie jumped out and escaped the suppression of graceful chaotic dual stage. But as long as I successfully refine graceful chaotic dual stage and become its new owner, I can continue to suppress him. If I can obtain graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan thought of this and licked his lips. Immortal Gu houses were no small matter. Immortal Gu houses and ancient battle formations were the highest achievements of formation path. Among them, ancient battle formations had been gradually eliminated by the tides of time, and immortal Gu houses had become the mainstream. Whether it was southern border, northern plains, eastern sea, western desert, or central continent, any powerful superforce would have at least one immortal Gu house as their foundation. Just like He tribe, Dark Prison was the symbol of He tribe's strength, and also an extremely powerful trump card. In Fang Yuan's previous life, after Dark Prison was lost, in order to reclaim it, even He tribe's 4 supreme elders took the risk to chase after He Cheng. Dark Prison was only a rank 6 immortal Gu house, yet He tribe had to chase after it. The importance of immortal Gu houses could be seen clearly. Graceful chaotic dual stage deep under Yitian Mountain. Not only was it 1 rank higher than Dark Prison, it was rank 7. Moreover, in history, there was a mysterious rank 7 GU immortal who borrowed its battle strength. He forcibly fought above his rank and successfully suppressed a rank 8 expert, and it was even with the great strength true martial physique. Graceful chaotic dual stage's value was many times higher than Dark Prison. In my previous life, Shark Demon and Subaiman used Profound Ice House, which was still a damaged immortal GU house, but it could break through the obstruction of battlefield killer moves and escape. If I can obtain this graceful chaotic dual stage, even if I cannot reach the level of being able to roam the world, in the future, when the truth is exposed and I am chased by Central Continent, Northern Plains, and others, I can protect myself and intimidate the immortal. An immortal GU house was a true battle fortress. It had no shortcomings, it could take care of offense, defense, movement, healing, and even cultivation. Its structure was stable and easy to control. A rank 7 immortal GU house. Even rank 6 GU immortals could control it. It had two major flaws, one was feeding, and the other was immortal essence. Immortal GU houses were formed from many immortal GU and a vast number of mortal GU. Feeding these GU worms would be extremely troublesome and a huge burden. But Fang Yuan knew about graceful chaotic dual stage. It seemed to take care of the essence of the food path, and the problem of feeding it could be ignored. What was left? It was only the problem of immortal essence. To activate an immortal GU house, the consumption of immortal essence would be an enormous figure. Just with Fang Yuan's personal ability, he could not afford it. In his previous life, Shark Demon had no choice but to activate the damaged Profound Ice House. The immortal zombies had participated and shared the immortal essence consumption. They had all felt great heartache afterwards. The price of activating an immortal GU house was huge. Because the consumption of immortal essence was too high. Fang Yuan was currently penniless. He had staked it all and used up all his assets to barely gather the immortal materials needed to refine change form immortal GU. But now, his GU refinement had failed and he had lost most of his immortal materials. He was short on funds. Even if he had many profitable projects, like the Guts GU trade and the monthly income of over 1,000 immortal yuan stones. But even if he accumulated them for half a year, it would not be enough for the immortal GU house to use for half a minute. But all this did not matter. Fang Yuan had very little green grape immortal essence, but he had a large amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence. This harvest could be traced back to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun Immortal was rank 9. The immortal essence he left behind was the yellow apricot immortal essence that only rank 9 venerables had. The quality of this immortal essence far surpassed the green grape immortal essence. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan could not use this amount of Giant Sun's immortal essence, but the immortal GU house could absorb it. Immortal GU houses could absorb all kinds of immortal essence, otherwise, how could Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies work together to activate the damaged Profound Ice House? This was the basic characteristic of an immortal GU house, to gather the strength of all the immortals into one. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also thought of this. To him, Giant Sun's immortal essence was like water without a source. It would be lost no matter how much was used, it could not be replenished. Thus, a more economical method was to gather more GU immortals to act as labor for the immortal GU house. Unfortunately, those southern border GU immortals died too quickly. Or rather, Fang Yuan did not have the time. Graceful chaotic dual stage had not been refined by anyone, but the great strength true martial immortal zombie broke out of it in advance. This was a huge pity. If I had graceful chaotic dual stage, I would be able to block even that light pillar that wanted to take my life. Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. Graceful chaotic dual stage was naturally not Heaven Overseeing Tower's match, but Heaven Overseeing Tower's condition was not good. That beam of light had been weakened by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. It was not as powerful as before. With graceful chaotic dual stage, although it could not be said that with a house in hand, I own the world. But it was enough to say that with a house in hand, I can advance and retreat freely, I can move unhindered. With a house in hand, I own the world. The rank 888 point Zhenyang Tower could be said to have this point, It was proficient in plundering GU worms and even immortal GU. Rank 8 Refinement Cauldron could also be said to be useful. Compared to the immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, Self-Strength Immortal GU, All-Out Effort Immortal GU, and Starthought Immortal GU were not so important. As long as he controlled the immortal GU House and had Giant Sun's Immortal Essence, Fang Yuan could fight rank 8s with his rank 6 bottom-tier Immortal Zombie status, directly reaching the peak of his life. Chapter 979. What's going on? Where did Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage go? Fang Yuan was filled with doubt and disappointment. After rebirth, he had immediately rushed to Yiqian Mountain, wanting to take this immortal GU house in advance. But when he explored deep underground, he found that there was no Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage, and even that rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie was nowhere to be seen. Don't tell me there is another reason for Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance. Now that I have come to take it in advance, the opportunity is not here. Fang Yuan frowned as he muttered in his heart. His guess was right. Back then, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage's appearance was because of Bai Ningbing. The latter had activated a mysterious immortal GU, and this mysterious immortal GU was given to him by Old Man Inkstone. Fang Yuan naturally did not know about this. He did not have this immortal GU, so he could not find any traces of Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. If Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had been buried deep underground, it would have been discovered by others long ago. How could it wait until now? Helpless, Fang Yuan could only leave quietly. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage could not be taken away. Fang Yuan could only adjust his arrangements and put it aside for the time being to carry out other plans. After leaving Yiqian Mountain for a long distance, Fang Yuan cautiously activated Immortal GU Fixed Immortal Travel. The Immortal GU's aura was overflowing, a jade green light flashed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared from southern border, appearing in that giant GU formation in Northern Plains Trench. This giant GU formation was a spacepath GU formation. The space inside was extremely wide. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had used fixed immortal travel to enter this place. This time, after rebirth, he used fixed immortal travel to enter this place again without any problems. Moreover, this time, he directly appeared at the center of the GU formation. This was a huge purple sand desolate land. In this desolate land, there were some rare immortal materials with extremely high value. The memories in his mind were still clear. Fang Yuan did not even need to search. He directly went to the crucial areas and picked up the immortal materials. These immortal materials were of extremely high rank, they were all rank 8, and there were even some high-quality ones. The density of the Dao marks was so dense that it could be seen with the naked eye. It was suspected to be the wings of a tiger-striped bee, the fragments of the immemorial desolate beast cloud flower. A total of 18 immortal materials had once again entered Fang Yuan's hands in this lifetime. At the center of the purple sand wasteland, Fang Yuan once again found those compound GU formations in his memories. He carefully checked again. What he found was the same as in his previous life. Fang Yuan left the GU formation behind, but destroyed all the crucial thoughts. Fang Yuan did not intend to leave the life and death immortal aperture revival method to others. Before leaving this place, Fang Yuan took one last look inside in his heart. He knew that outside the purple sand wasteland, there were massive amounts of desolate plants and desolate beast corpses. However, these immortal materials were all superficial. Once they were in his hands, they would all turn into purple sand. Therefore, Fang Yuan did not even bother to look at him. In his previous life, he racked his brains, first joining Zombie Alliance's headquarters, then falling into Blazing Heaven Demonist scheme and arriving at Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City. After deceiving many immortal zombies, he entered Earth Trench. After a series of schemes and plots, not hesitating to be devoured by the mouth earthworm, he went to the Yakshaw octopus's nest and searched painstakingly, taking a risk to tear a corner of the GU formation before entering this hidden space. But in this life, because of his rebirth, he went straight to the main point. His gains were huge, but he spent very little time and effort. The entire process was easy. It was like a dream. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan left this place and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. His refinement of change form immortal Gu failed. Not only did he lose the success Dao marks, most of the Gu refinement immortal materials were also destroyed. Earlier, in order to prepare for this refinement of change form immortal Gu, it could be said that he had emptied his entire fortune to prepare one set of immortal materials. After rebirth, he could be said to be penniless. Now that he had this rare immortal material, it could be said to be timely assistance. This immortal material was extremely valuable. If used properly, it would no doubt be reserved for when Fang Yuan needed to refine a rank 8 immortal Gu. But that would take too long. Fang Yuan's current cultivation level was still at the bottom of rank 6, it would be a long time before he could advance to rank 8. Fang Yuan had thought about it thoroughly. He had already thought of how to use these immortal materials. Like in his previous life, when Fang Yuan threw several immortal materials into jewel yellow skies, it immediately caused a commotion among the Gu immortals. Even in jewel yellow skies, these immortal materials were rare, they were very popular. Fang Yuan easily exchanged for many of the things he wanted. He fed all of his immortal Gu, except for self-strength immortal Gu and wisdom Gu. Looking at the immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's hands. Strength path, self-strength immortal Gu, pulling mountain immortal Gu, pulling water immortal Gu, iron crown eagle strength immortal Gu, eat strength immortal Gu. Star path, star shoot immortal Gu, star mark immortal Gu, star light immortal Gu. Luck path, connect luck immortal Gu, time luck immortal Gu, calamity beckoning immortal Gu. Other than that, there was his first vital immortal Gu, spring autumn cicada, the extremely useful space path immortal Gu, fixed immortal travel, the not very useful poison path immortal Gu, woman's heart, soul path immortal Gu, cleanse soul, wisdom path immortal Gu, unravel mystery. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan already had change form immortal Gu. But after rebirth, change form immortal Gu's refinement failed, it no longer existed. As for the rank 9 wisdom Gu, Fang Yuan could not refine it, it could only stay in Hu immortal blessed land for the time being. Thus, whether it was considered Fang Yuan's immortal Gu was a matter of debate. Normally, most rank 6 Gu immortals only had mortal Gu, they did not have any immortal Gu. Fang Yuan already had 16 immortal Gu, and this was not counting wisdom Gu. Thus, the burden of feeding immortal Gu was extremely heavy, it had always been on Fang Yuan's mind. This time, after solving the problem of feeding immortal Gu, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Land spirit, where is the land spirit? In the secret room, Fang Yuan spoke softly. Master, I am here. Land spirit little Hu immortal smiled happily, she suddenly appeared and hugged Fang Yuan's leg. Master, when you were busy, I did not dare to disturb you, but I actually missed you a lot. As little fox immortal spoke, she shook her fluffy snow-white foxtail and added a childish sentence at the end. Although Master has become ugly. Fang Yuan smiled, rubbing little Hu immortal's head, instructing her, go instruct the hairy men in the stone nest, from today onwards, they will all refine airsac Gu. Yes, Master. Little Hu immortal immediately agreed. Go now. All right, Master. Little Hu immortal looked at Fang Yuan reluctantly, before disappearing. Fang Yuan willed, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Hu immortal blessed land. When he appeared again, he was already in Lang Ya blessed land. Right now, the land spirit of Langya had not changed its nature, it was still that sage-like land spirit with white hair and a long robe. Why are you here? Did you get the immortal material I wanted? If not, then there is no need to talk about it. The land spirit of Langya saw Fang Yuan and waved its sleeves, its expression cold. At this time, because of Fang Yuan's excessive demands, his relationship with the land spirit of Langya had already fallen to a freezing point. Fang Yuan wanted to seek help from the land spirit of Langya, but the land spirit of Langya's conditions were very harsh, it required Fang Yuan to get it an immortal material. And this immortal material was produced in the ancient 9 heavens, it was extremely rare in the market of jewel yellow skies. If not for this, the land spirit of Langya would not have asked Fang Yuan to do it. Of course I got it. What do you think this is? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He did not mind the land spirit of Langya's cold attitude. You actually got it. The land spirit of Langya saw the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands and its expression immediately relaxed. Its tone was filled with disbelief. Evidently, it did not think highly of Fang Yuan. Indeed, this immortal material collection mission had already surpassed the limits of Fang Yuan's abilities. At least, it was like that in his previous life. But in this life, after Fang Yuan was reborn, using the rank 8 immortal materials in his hands, would he be afraid of not being able to purchase something of this level? Fang Yuan handed the poisonous flower petals to the land spirit of Langya, saying, I need to refine a certain amount of exert effort GU, disappointment GU, and a vast number of star thought GU. Fang Yuan already knew, Lang Ya blessed land was very special. Its internal space was so vast that it surpassed many grotto heavens. This was because the land spirit of Langya was going to fuse the rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron into the entire blessed land. Here, countless hairy men lived, their numbers were unimaginable. The cloud soil continent in front of them was only a layer of clouds in Lang Ya blessed land. Below this floating continent, there were 3 real continents, large numbers of hairy men lived on them, they mainly refined GU and selected talents, they lived in peace and contentment, it was peaceful and peaceful. With the help of these hairy men, it was extremely easy for the land spirit of Langya to refine exert effort GU, disappointment GU, and star thought GU. For the sake of the immortal materials, I will help you. The land spirit of Langya agreed, before saying, but next time, I hope to see the scales of the half-moon Chelene, at least 30 of them. Otherwise, I will not agree to any of your requests. His tone was still stiff, but his expression was no longer as cold as before. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not continue the conversation. He activated fixed immortal travel and left. He had the life and death immortal aperture revival method, as well as the strength path version of Nirvana fire. He could get rid of his immortal zombie status and become a living person. But for the time being, Fang Yuan did not have such plans. After becoming a living person, he would only have the potential to improve, but his cultivation level would still be at the bottom of rank 6. After losing his immortal zombie body, his battle strength would fall instead. The worst thing was, Fang Yuan did not have enough lifespan, he could not use the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan asked the land spirit of Langya to help him refine exert effort GU and disappointment GU, it was only to prepare for the future. But he was paying immortal materials, the land spirit of Langya was only refining mortal GU, although the quantity was high, Fang Yuan was still at a loss. But Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had his own plans for the land spirit of Langya, it was just that it was not time yet. Fang Yuan left a small village in Lang Ya blessed land's central continent. There was a tree here that was extraordinary. It was called the spring dream fruit tree. As expected, it is still here. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. After inspecting it, he was slightly happy. In the previous life, he had obtained information from Mo Yaro's fake will, but he did not have time to collect the spring dream fruit on the tree. This tree was cut down by someone. Chapter 980. The spring dream fruit tree was a very special plant. It could be any fruit tree, but only an extremely small number of fruit trees could become a spring dream fruit tree. This spring dream fruit tree was located in a farmer's house. The person in charge was an old man, called Old Man Chen. Son, you will get married in half a year. I will build a new house for you, the main beam of the house will be this fire date tree. Old Man Chen stood under the tree, patting the tree's hard bark as he said to his son. The son looked at this date tree and gave a thumbs up, saying in satisfaction, Father, this is a good idea. This date tree's age is even older than the history of our village. As long as I can remember, it has already stopped bearing dates, no matter how tall it grows, it is useless. Cutting it down to be the main beam of my new house is perfect. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He was standing not far away, but his figure was concealed. Old Man Chen, who was not even a GU master, and his son could not detect him. Unexpectedly finding out the reason why the spring dream fruit tree was cut down, Fang Yuan frowned inwardly. This spring dream fruit tree existed by relying on the date tree. A true spring dream fruit tree was a tree that existed in dreams. It did not have a physical body. However, it needed a tree in the real world as a cornerstone in order for it to exist. This fire date tree was thousands of years old. Only such an old tree could be relied on by the spring dream fruit tree. Of course, the exact reason was not just the tree's age. There had to be people living nearby, the dreams of generations of people, becoming nourishment. Nourishing the spring dream fruit tree. In history, this was the foot of a volcano. Because the volcano erupted once every few hundred years, large amounts of volcanic ash created fertile soil. Attracted by the natural farmland, there would be people migrating over every once in a while. Gradually, they formed villages. Then they were destroyed by the volcano's eruption. The fire date tree was extremely resistant to heat, it could even endure lava, thus it could survive for a long time. If the date tree was cut down, the spring dream fruit tree would be destroyed. But if he wanted to transplant the date tree, without the corresponding dream path method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan would only get an ordinary date tree. And he would not get the spring dream fruit tree. The method to transplant the spring dream fruit tree. Fang Yuan didn't. It was even impossible for Fang Yuan to harvest the spring dream fruits from the tree. He still needed to refine some dream path mortal GU to collect the fruit. Back then, Mo Yarrow seemed to have recognized that this tree was extraordinary, but because of his limited knowledge, or because he felt that it was inappropriate to randomly pick it, he kept it. For now, it seems. We also need to protect the living environment of the spring dream fruit tree. With a flick of his hand, Fang Yuan sent 2 streams of will into the minds of old Chen and his son. His son suddenly burst into tears. "Dad, let's not cut down this tree. Even if it can't bear dates, I still want to see it. It grew up with me. When I was young, I peed under the roots of the tree. When I was older, I built a swing here. Forget it." Sigh. "All right." Old man Chen's eyes reddened as he nodded emotionally. "Then let it continue to grow here. Let's choose another tree. Although it is not as tall, it is enough to be the main beam of a new house." After dispelling the mortal's thoughts, Fang Yuan set up a GU formation here to protect the spring dream fruit tree. But to collect the fruits on the tree, Fang Yuan still needed to refine some corresponding dream path mortal GU. This would take a lot of time. The GU materials of dream path mortal GU were almost all extracted from dream realms. According to my previous life's trajectory, after refining change form immortal GU, I helped Tai Bai Yunsheng pass his tribulation, and then the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land. After the battle, I used Xing Xiongzi's identity to enter Eastern Sea Blessed Land and participate in the invasion of Yulu Blessed Land. During this process, because of the unexpected collapse of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, I was invited by Crane Gate to attack a fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. After that, Blazing Heaven Demonis came and killed the immemorial desolate beast One Finger Flow Shark. I was schemed against by Blazing Heaven Demonis and returned to Northern Plains to collect the Earth Trench inheritance. After that, I killed Hei Cheng and was forced to sign a new alliance agreement with Blazing Heaven Demonis and the others to obtain Luo Po Valley. Finally, I participated in the Battle of Yi Tian Mountain. This time, I succeeded in my rebirth, but my main goal is still the immortal GU House Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage. As long as I become the owner of this immortal GU house and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, my gains will be huge. Although Fang Yuan failed to take the immortal GU house in advance, how could one failure shake his determination? Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage had not appeared yet, so he could only wait until it appeared. Originally, Fang Yuan's plan was to take the immortal GU house and suppress the rank 8 Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. After the alliance agreement's time limit passed, he would use the immortal GU house's strength to deal with Hei Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demonis. He might be able to borrow the rank 8 immortal GU house refinement cauldron in Lang Ya Blessed Land to seize their immortal GU and obtain the greatest benefits. But it was not possible now. Without the immortal GU house, Fang Yuan's strength was clearly weaker than Hei Lulan's side. No matter how many schemes he had, He lacked strength and could not succeed. After all, He Lulan was a formidable person. She was not someone to be trifled with. This point could be seen from how she killed her own father, then disguised her identity and prepared to enter He tribe. Fang Yuan's original plan was very beautiful, but the reality was very harsh. Fang Yuan deduced the worst-case scenario. If graceful chaotic dual stage appeared at the same time as in the previous life, then he would not be able to secretly take this immortal GU house. The possibility of this was very high. When graceful chaotic dual stage appears, it will be a grand scene, recreating the battle from that day. If that is the case, then I can only continue to participate in the southern border GU Immortals duels like in the previous life and enter Yiqian Mountain personally. This way, Fang Yuan would face huge risks in taking the immortal GU house. He would have to face the southern border GU Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. This was simply taking chestnuts out of the fire. But how could one gain tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he did not lack an adventurous spirit. The huge benefits had already made him decide to take a risk. He had already been reborn once and had ample experience. If he still did not dare to scheme in this life, then Fang Yuan felt he was simply a coward. Since the spring dream fruit tree is already protected, I can put it aside for now. I will change my plan. I will first cooperate with He Lulan again. Fang Yuan had self-strength immortal GU, blazing heaven demoness would definitely deal with him. If Fang Yuan had the immortal GU house in advance, he would not be afraid of blazing heaven demoness. But the situation now was the opposite. If Fang Yuan wanted to take the immortal GU house, he would probably have to face the southern border GU Immortals, Shadow Sect, and Celestial Court. At this time, he needed the strength of others. Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and others. Especially Blazing Heaven Demoness, with her rank 8 cultivation level, she could greatly increase the mobility of the immortal GU house. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was also at the disadvantage of being alone and without any help. When Shadow Sect attacked, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were in Xiaohun Blessed Land, using Luopo Valley to cultivate their soul path. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was still in Eastern Sea. Of course, this was also because Fang Yuan purposely hid it from He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and others, and secretly went to Yiqian Mountain. Even if Fang Yuan turned back into a living person, he would only have bottom-tier rank 6 cultivation level. To become rank 7, he would need to go through 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. In total, the Blessed Land would need at least 300 years. This was clearly too late. Of course, he could annex Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Starform Blessed Land, but he had a Strength Path Immortal Aperture, cultivation level was not related to it. Evidently, turning enemies into friends and forming alliances was the most important matter now. Fang Yuan naturally wanted to get rid of He Lulan and the rest, but a lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. He needed to compromise most of the time. In this boundless mortal world, everyone needed to compromise. They needed to learn to compromise. No matter how high one's status was, it was the same. Forsaking small gains for the sake of great benefits, this was the expression of maturity. Using fixed immortal travel again, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan wanted to deal with He Lulan had already left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was working outside. Her whereabouts were unknown. Fang Yuan could not make a move. But in this life, at this moment, He Lulan was still in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She was using her Strength Chi Immortal GU to help the hairy men in the stone nests to refine Airsac GU. When Fang Yuan found He Lulan, she was in a stone nest. She was holding an Information Path Mortal GU in her hands. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she read the information from the investigative GU. After seeing Fang Yuan, He Lulan waved the Information Path Mortal GU in her hands, asking, "Have you heard about the matter of Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. "Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from GU Immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, The other GU immortals in Central Continent do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are all watching the commotion caused by the 10 great ancient sects. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan looked at He Lulan, sighing internally. This person is truly ambitious. She already had attitude GU in her hands, but she did not use it. Not only did she hide it from him, she did not even tell her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. If she wanted to deceive her enemies, she had to start by deceiving her own people. But Fang Yuan was also the same kind of person as her. He clearly had star form blessed land, but he concealed it and kept He Lulan in the dark. In his previous life, if he had not met Blazing Heaven Demonis, this secret would not have been exposed. Precisely because Fang Yuan and He Lulan were the same kind of person, Fang Yuan admired He Lulan, but he was also wary of her. If possible, he would want to get rid of her as soon as possible. But fate was so mysterious. In order to obtain the immortal GU House graceful chaotic dual stage, Fang Yuan decided to deepen his cooperation with He Lulan. Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan took out self-strength immortal GU and placed it on his palm, handing it to He Lulan. Chapter 981. Self-strength immortal GU. Fang Yuan's action made He Lulan's heart jump. Plus, this immortal GU originally belonged to her, but because she failed her tribulation, she fell into a dream realm and was saved by Fang Yuan. In the end, this GU became Fang Yuan's reward for saving He Lulan, and was given to Fang Yuan. This self-strength immortal GU was very important to He Lulan. Not only because He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique and walked on the strength path, self-strength immortal GU was most suitable for He Lulan. Moreover, this self-strength immortal GU was refined by He Lulan's mother, Suzian. It was something she left for He Lulan. Thus, self-strength immortal GU was extremely important to He Lulan. After He Lulan lost it, she was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing she could do. She yearned for this immortal GU day and night. She wanted to snatch it back from Fang Yuan. But she resisted this urge. On one hand, GU worms were hard to snatch, they could self-destruct with just a thought. On the other hand, He Lulan was a ruthless person. She deeply understood that in this world, there was an art called compromise when interacting with others. He Lulan and Fang Yuan were natural allies. He Lulan still needed to rely on the Guts GU trade to assist her cultivation. Cooperation was beneficial for both sides, separation was detrimental, thus, He Lulan endured this matter. Besides the first meeting after waking up, He Lulan did not object to Fang Yuan's possession of self-strength immortal GU. It was as if she had already forgotten about this matter. She was a shrewd person. But now that Fang Yuan handed over self-strength immortal GU and acted like he was returning it to its owner, He Lulan was caught off guard. She could not conceal her desire. However, He Lulan's expression immediately turned cold. His frown deepened and his eyes shone brightly. He stared at Fang Yuan. She had already reacted, and her heart was filled with vigilance. She knew Fang Yuan's character. Just as Fang Yuan admired and feared her, she felt the same way about Fang Yuan. How could Fang Yuan give self-strength immortal GU to me for no reason? This was impossible. So what is he planning? As if he could read He Lulan's mind, Fang Yuan smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. Even though self-strength immortal GU is quite suitable for me, I feel that this immortal GU is more important to you. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, right? He Lulan's eyes flickered with a dark light. She glanced at the self-strength immortal GU in Fang Yuan's hands. Before focusing her gaze on Fang Yuan's face, she sneered, "Are you a gentleman? If you have anything to say, just say it." Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. "If I say it directly, I might scare you." He Lulan snorted coldly, "Just say it." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a bright light. He lowered his voice and said, "Then I will not mince my words. I am willing to use this self-strength immortal GU to exchange for your attitude GU." "What?" He Lulan's body shook, a fierce light shined in her eyes. She almost took a step back. The matter of me obtaining attitude GU is a secret. How could he know? I even managed to hide it from my aunts. Other than heaven and earth, only I know. Hei Lulan was shocked. She could not describe it with words. This was her greatest secret, but Fang Yuan exposed it all of a sudden. She could not help but be shocked. Killing intent surged in her chest. She subconsciously wanted to attack Fang Yuan. Silence him. This was the nature of an ambitious person. But at this time, Fang Yuan took a step back. This action was simple. But it had a subtle effect on Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan was like a startled beast. Fang Yuan took the initiative to pull away. His face was covered with a harmless smile, emitting kindness, making Hei Lulan feel safe. Hei Lulan's eyes squinted into a slit, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. Her expression was cold as ice. Her killing intent did not dissipate, but was instead restrained in her chest. It seems you really have the legendary attitude GU. Fang Yuan pretended to observe her expression, suddenly realizing and showing a surprised expression. Hei Lulan was stunned, her tone containing anger. You tricked me? Of course not. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, shrugging his shoulders. Do you still remember my master, Zishan Makoto? Hei Lulan breathed in deeply, hearing Zishan Makoto's name again, her heart was filled with wariness. She knew this Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan was his disciple, Tai Bai Yunsheng was also his disciple. Thus, Fang Yuan called Tai Bai Yunsheng senior brother. Of course, this was all fake information. Even in the previous life, Blazing Heaven Demonis was deceived. Your master told you? Hei Lulan asked. Her killing intent fell to rock bottom. As far as she was concerned, Fang Yuan had a backer behind him. Killing Fang Yuan was hard enough, she could not deal with Zishan Makoto. At this time, Fairy Li Shan had not completely reconciled with Blazing Heaven Demonis yet. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. What do you think? Hei Lulan snorted coldly, thinking rapidly. Zishan Makoto actually knows my secret. He is truly remarkable and unfathomable. Thankfully, we have an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan has a good plan. No matter how important self-strength immortal GU is, it is only rank 6, how can it be exchanged for my attitude immortal GU? Hei Lulan immediately rejected Fang Yuan's suggestion. I have attitude immortal GU, it is rank 8. As long as someone wants it, they can wear it and use it. It is a legendary GU worm recorded in the legends of Renzu. You actually want to use a mere rank 6 self-strength immortal GU to exchange for my attitude GU. Hehe, aren't you being a little too whimsical? Fang Yuan pondered for a while before saying, then what do you want for me to exchange? No. Hei Lulan immediately replied, her attitude firm and resolute. Fang Yuan's expression sank, his whole body emitted a dangerous aura. Hei Lulan, think carefully. I need to remind you, this is my territory, my immortal blessed land. Hei Lulan raised her head and laughed. Ha ha ha, so what? Don't forget that we have an alliance agreement. Before the agreement ends, allies cannot attack each other. Of course. Hei Lulan continued, you have your master as your backer, maybe you have already broken the alliance agreement. But do you think I, Hei Lulan, am a coward who fears death? You are underestimating me. Even if I die here, I will destroy all my GU worms. At the same time, I will destroy all the resources in immortal blessed land. At the same time, the resources you stored in immortal blessed land. I know them all. After we fight, how many resources will be left? After all, Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before. It will not restore your resources. Fang Yuan laughed involuntarily. In the previous life, he used his death to threaten Blazing Heaven Demonis, showing an attitude of not fearing death. In this life, Hei Lulan used the same method to deal with him. He had no choice but to accept it. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he laughed loudly and clapped. Hei Lulan, I do not dare to underestimate you, I was only joking earlier. Using a rank 6 immortal GU to exchange for a rank 8? Your joke only shows your greed and stupidity. Hei Lulan did not give Fang Yuan any face, rebuking him coldly. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then I will add some more weight. For example, If I give up on the contest for star form blessed land? Hei Lulan shook her head, not to mention giving up on the contest. Even if you give me Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land, I will not exchange them. Attitude immortal GU is not a simple rank 8 immortal GU, its usage condition is very low, it does not consume immortal essence, only mental energy. That is to say, I am only a rank 6 GU immortal. I can use a rank 8 immortal GU. Such an immortal GU is a peerless treasure, I will not give up on it. Forget about exchanging it for my immortal GU. Fang Yuan, you are a smart person. You will not waste your efforts, right? Fang Yuan nodded, sighing. I understand. Then I will take a step back and use this self-strength immortal GU. In exchange for your slavery immortal GU. Hei Lulan's brows rose. She had an enslavement immortal GU from Imperial Court blessed land. At the final moment, she deceived Giant Sun's will. Hei Lulan became silent. She was very moved by Fang Yuan's suggestion. To her, self-strength immortal GU's value was much higher than slavery immortal GU. Hei Lulan looked at Fang Yuan's eyes. My slavery immortal GU is only rank 6. You can use rank 6 to exchange for rank 6. But slavery immortal GU cannot be used infinitely, there is only one chance. Using my strength to exchange for slavery, don't you feel it is a loss? It is a bit of a loss. Fang Yuan smiled, raising a finger. So I have another condition, I want to borrow attitude GU for some time. Hei Lulan did not speak, she fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow attitude GU by all means, this made her acutely aware of the importance of attitude GU to Fang Yuan. But Hei Lulan was not sure how important it was, she needed to probe it. Thus, she refused, I won't lend my attitude GU. Fang Yuan's expression sank, then forget it. Saying so, he turned around and left. Hei Lulan stood on the spot, looking at him coldly without moving. Fang Yuan walked a few steps before turning around with a bitter smile, facing Hei Lulan again. I only want to borrow attitude GU for 3 years. 3 years. Not even 3 days. Hei Lulan's expression was cold, but she was secretly excited. She had already seen a chance to slaughter Fang Yuan. Hei Lulan concealed it well, but she was still young, while Fang Yuan was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Fang Yuan snorted in displeasure, how could he not know Hei Lulan's current thoughts? Thus, he threw out his trump card, it seems you don't want to take revenge. Right now, there was such a good opportunity to kill Hei Cheng. But I think you don't need it. What? Hei Cheng. Hei Lulan's eyes shone with a fierce light, her expression changing. Although Hei Cheng was her biological father, the hatred between her and Hei Cheng was irreconcilable. Killing Hei Cheng and taking revenge was the greatest obsession in Hei Lulan's heart. This obsession was so deep that it even affected her cultivation, turning into a shadow in her heart. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Hei Lulan killed Hei Cheng and regained self-strength immortal GU, dispelling her psychological barrier and finding her true self, using the strength path phantom to turn into her original appearance. She was no longer a burly man. Chapter 982. The negotiation with Hei Lulan lasted for 6 hours from start to finish. After it ended, even with Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. It was a pity that his immortal zombie body did not have a bright mind to begin with, he had expended a lot of thoughts. Hei Lulan was not much better, she felt. This negotiation was more tiring than a life and death battle, she felt a sense of weakness in her bones, her mouth was dry and her head was dizzy. After the negotiation, Fang Yuan pulled Tai by Yunxingin, and signed a new alliance agreement with Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan returned self-strength immortal GU in exchange for Hei Lulan's slavery immortal GU, and also borrowed attitude GU for a year. Fang Yuan would also assist Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to provide a chance to kill Hei Cheng. Everyone would continue to compete fairly for star form blessed land. Other than that, Fang Yuan also obtained Hei Lulan's permission to connect their luck. The new alliance agreement was logical and comprehensive, even though Fairy Li Shan was an information path quasi-great grandmaster, she would need several years to unravel it. And most importantly, it took care of blazing heaven demonis. There was a clause in it, they could add more allies, but the new allies had to abide by the alliance agreement. Furthermore, both sides could not borrow the strength of outsiders to deal with each other. Both sides had one chance to request for help. Once it was used, the other side had to save them. The compensation afterwards would be calculated according to the situation. The alliance agreement was very strict. There were detailed rules regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan used He Lolan's wariness towards Zishan Makoto, as well as his previous life's memories, to achieve his goal. People who only knew how to fight. They were just boorish people. Fighting could not solve all problems. Man was the spirit of all living beings, they had deep wisdom. If they used this wisdom only to fight, they would be letting down heaven's gift. After the alliance, Fang Yuan's situation changed greatly. Firstly, He Lulan was fairy black moon. Her luck was strong and could last for a long time. Fang Yuan successfully connected his luck with her. He got rid of spring-autumn cicada's weakness. Secondly, he borrowed the rank 8 attitude GU. This immortal GU was used by thieving heaven demon Venerable back then. It was the core GU worm of the legendary immortal killer move Familiar Face. Back then, when thieving heaven demon Venerable was still a rank 6 GU immortal, he used this killer move. He deceived 2 rank 8 GU immortals. He obtained a large number of treasures and caused 2 rank 8s to misunderstand each other, indirectly causing their deaths. Fang Yuan lost change form immortal GU, but he obtained attitude GU, which was many times better than change form immortal GU. His modified vaguely familiar face killer move's effect would rise to an astonishing level. Right now, Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 8 GU immortals. Lastly was the blazing heaven demonis. In his previous life, blazing heaven demonis, this rank 8 GU immortal, schemed against Fang Yuan. In this life, Fang Yuan, Fairy Li Shan and the others had set up a new alliance agreement, which could be considered as blocking blazing heaven demonis scheme. The blazing witch's guilt and love for He Lulan were her greatest weaknesses. With this, Fang Yuan would be able to make use of blazing heaven demonis even if she was unaware. Even if blazing heaven demonis did not join the new alliance agreement, when He Lulan saved Fang Yuan and was in danger, could blazing heaven demonis not take action? It could be said. He Lulan was the best chess piece to control blazing heaven demonis. He Lolan's side is no longer my obstacle. Enemies have become friends. After entering and exiting, my next plan will be even smoother. But He Lolan's group is very astute. They are not easy to fool. They are very satisfied with this new alliance agreement now, but gradually, they will find that I have gained a huge advantage. By then, they will be dissatisfied and might even act against me. Fang Yuan had gained an advantage because of his previous life's memories. He did not lower his vigilance towards He Lolan's side. However, when I obtain graceful chaotic dual stage in the future, the situation will be set. The difference in strength between the two sides will be overturned. Even if He Lolan's side is dissatisfied, they will not be able to do anything. Fang Yuan did not hesitate to give up self-strength immortal GU. It was still for the immortal GU house graceful chaotic dual stage and the great strength true martial immortal zombie. Self-strength immortal GU was only a variation of the killer move myriad self. It only had rank 7 battle strength. But if he had the immortal GU house, Fang Yuan would not even need to fear rank 8s, he would be able to advance and retreat with ease. After getting attitude immortal GU, Fang Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture and went to Lang Ya blessed land. Land spirit of Langya was very surprised. He said to Fang Yuan, "You are back so soon? Did you get the immortal materials I wanted?" "No." Fang Yuan shook his head. Land spirit of Langya's expression immediately turned gloomy. He shouted coldly, "Fang Yuan, you brat, are you ignoring my words? Before you left last time, I warned you that Lang Ya blessed land is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you don't have the immortal materials I want, don't bother me. I will not agree to any of your requests." "Is that so?" Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had a calm attitude. "What if I want to use that final chance to ask you to help me refine GU?" Land spirit of Langya was stunned. Fang Yuan snatched Ma Hongyun's fortuitous encounter and came to Lang Ya Blessed Land with the identity of the inheritor of Thieving Heaven's inheritance. Because of the agreement between Long-Hair Ancestor and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Land Spirit of Langya had to refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. If it was refining mortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya had to ensure that the Gu refinement succeeded. If it was refining immortal Gu, Land Spirit of Langya could fail, but he had to pay for the Gu refinement materials himself. Fang Yuan used 2 chances. The first time was to refine Stargate Gu. Although this Gu was only a mortal Gu, it was a huge help to Fang Yuan at that time. The second time was to refine second aperture Gu. During the Gu refinement, Fang Yuan drank 4 types of wine and obtained Divine Travel Gu. Finally, he used Divine Travel Gu and Land Spirit of Langya to exchange for Gruel Mud Immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan still had one last chance to refine Gu. Land Spirit of Langya said sternly, "Kid, what Gu do you want to refine this time?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting Land Spirit of Langya's shoulder. "I was only saying if earlier, I don't really want to use the third chance to let you refine Gu." Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly, slapping Fang Yuan's hand away and patting his shoulder. His expression was filled with disdain. But in the end, he did not say anything. As long as Fang Yuan did not use the last chance, he could enter and leave Lang Ya Blessed Land at will. Land Spirit of Langya knew, this was Fang Yuan's warning to him, or even a warning. But he could not deny this point, so he was very unhappy. "If you don't want to use the last chance, then quickly leave this place," Land Spirit of Langya shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders unconcernedly. "Although I did not get the immortal material you mentioned last time, I brought this with me. But I brought this. Take a look." Land Spirit of Langya's lips curled up. "Kid, you still want to fool me? H, you think immortal materials are easy to replace? It is impossible for me." Before he finished speaking, he paused. His eyes widened, his gaze intensified as he stared fixedly at the immortal material in Fang Yuan's hands. This immortal material was not simple, it was a rank 8 immortal material that Fang Yuan had picked up from the Earth Trench Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open. This seems to be a fragment of the immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. Land Spirit of Langya stammered, saying in disbelief. Fang Yuan gave him a thumbs up. As expected of Land Spirit of Langya, that is indeed the case. "After I obtained this immortal material, I spent a lot of effort to figure out its origin." Saying so, Fang Yuan handed this immortal material to Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya did not stand on ceremony. He moved like lightning, grabbing the immortal material and placing his eyes on it, inspecting it carefully. Good quality, good quality. It is indeed a fragment of a Cloud Phoenix. This is a rare item. What kind of dogshit luck do you have? You actually got such a treasure. Land Spirit of Langya muttered as he sighed. After looking at it for a long time, his gaze was somewhat dazed. No matter which Land Spirit of Langya it was, they all originated from Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was most skilled in Gu refinement. He was also obsessed with Gu refinement. Land Spirit of Langya also inherited this personality. Right now, Land Spirit of Langya looked at the rank 8 immortal material. His mind was filled with emotions. He had been searching for this immortal material for a long time. If he had this, he would be able to fill in the gaps of many immortal Gu recipes. There might even be 1 or 2 immortal Gu refinement materials. With everything gathered, he could start the Gu refinement. Land Spirit of Langya could not care about Fang Yuan. His gaze was fixated on the Cloud Phoenix fragment in his hands, inspecting this immortal material over and over again. His mouth was almost dripping with saliva. Even in Lang Ya Blessed Land, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials. Why? The reason was simple, it was not easy to collect. Like this Cloud Phoenix fragment, its main body was an immemorial desolate beast Cloud Phoenix. This Cloud Phoenix had extremely strong battle strength, it could match rank 8 Gu immortals. To collect this immortal material, normally speaking, one had to kill a Cloud Phoenix. Gu immortals were rare to begin with. Rank 8 GU immortals were even rarer, there were only a handful of them. They also had to consider tribulations and their own safety, they would not fight easily. Unless they needed it, there were very few rank 8 immortal materials in the market. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan only took 1 or 2 immortal materials and placed them in jewel yellow skies. He could easily exchange them for all kinds of immortal GU ingredients. Even Land Spirit of Langya's main body, Long Hair Ancestor, did not have the ability to personally collect rank 8 immortal materials. The reason why he agreed to refine GU for thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal was because he wanted to borrow the strength of a rank 9 Venerable to help him collect rank 8 immortal materials. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya's expression and smiled lightly. He took out another rank 8 immortal material and purposely asked, Land Spirit of Langya, help me take a look, what is the origin of this immortal material? Ah! Land Spirit of Langya raised his head and immediately let out a loud scream. His eyes were filled with wild joy. Oh my heavens, isn't this the wing of a tiger-striped bee? Look, such a beautiful halo of Dao marks. The metal path Dao marks on this wing are so dense that we can see the light of Dao marks with our naked eyes. You brat, how can you obtain such a treasure? This is infuriating. I have waited for so many years, but I only have 20 or so pieces with me. I can't even bear to use them. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. If I say that I picked them up, would you believe me? Saying so, he took action and pulled back the Cloud Phoenix fragment from Land Spirit of Langya's hand. Land Spirit of Langya was caught off guard. After reacting, he immediately howled in pain, feeling like his heart was being dug out. He stomped his feet and shouted, "What are you doing? What am I doing?" Fang Yuan had a strange expression. This is mine. Do you want to snatch it by force? Land Spirit of Langya's body stiffened, he did not speak and glared at Fang Yuan. Chapter 983. Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan, not knowing what to say for a while. These immortal materials belonged to Fang Yuan, he was so anxious that he almost scratched his face. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya with a smile. No matter how bad Land Spirit of Langya's attitude towards him was, as long as he had these immortal materials, he would be in control of Land Spirit of Langya. Suddenly, Land Spirit of Langya's eyes turned as he reacted. He was no longer anxious, he sneered, "You brat, do you think I don't know you? You are a crafty fellow who does not do anything without benefit. Tell me, what kind of advantage do you want from me this time?" Fang Yuan heard this and pretended to be unhappy. "Old sir, you are wrong. I am not here to take advantage of you, I am here to make a fair transaction with you." HMPH. Land Spirit of Langya was already mentally prepared for Fang Yuan's shamelessness. He raised his eyebrows. "Just say it. Don't beat around the bush with me." Fang Yuan lowered his eyes, staring at the immortal materials in his hands. "Since old sir is so straightforward, I will ask directly. May I ask if you have the immortal killer move Familiar Face?" Land Spirit of Langya was stunned before asking, "How do you know that I have thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's signature killer move?" Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Land Spirit of Langya indeed had it. He was only guessing about this. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya lacked desolate beasts and wanted Fang Yuan to capture one for him. He used the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face as a reward to tempt Fang Yuan. Back then, Fang Yuan asked about Familiar Face. As a result, Land Spirit of Langya's original words were like this: "Familiar Face? You really dare to dream? That is an immortal killer move. The core is the legendary attitude GU. Even if I give it to you, you cannot use it. But this killer move of mine is indeed closely related to Familiar Face. It can be said to be the predecessor of Familiar Face. It is only a mortal killer move, but it is enough for you to use." Land spirits were all very pure. I can't lie. Back then, the Land Spirit of Langya did not directly say that he did not have Familiar Face. He only said that even if he gave it to Fang Yuan would not be able to use it. At that time, Fang Yuan was still a mortal GU master. But now, Fang Yuan was a GU immortal. More importantly, Fang Yuan already had attitude GU in his hands. Back then, thieving Heaven Demon Venerable deceived 2 rank 8 GU immortals with rank 6 cultivation level. Fang Yuan seemed to be able to do it too. Back then, thieving heaven demon Venerable found my main body. Request to refine space escape GU. My main body is also very interested. I have worked with thieving heaven demon Venerable for a full 21 years. This world is the time of the 5 regions. In Lang Ya Grotto Heaven, time is even longer. The land spirit of Langya had a look of nostalgia. He paused for a moment before continuing. In these 21 years, my main body and thieving heaven demon Venerable had tried many times, but they all failed. After expending thieving heaven demon Venerable's life savings, I even had to use my main body's treasury. My main body would not make a losing transaction. Thieving heaven demon Venerable bought my main body's immortal material treasury. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. This was a set of killer moves. This is one of them. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan nodded and kept this information in mind. Lang Ya blessed land had deep foundations indeed. It actually had thieving heaven demon Venerable's things. No wonder the Shadow Sect wanted to deal with him, and the Celestial Court also attacked this place in his previous life. It wasn't that Fang Yuan hadn't thought about taking advantage of this treasured land, but he wasn't strong enough. If he attacked rashly, he would only be asking for trouble. Brat, what do you want familiar face for? Hey, have you experienced the benefits of unfamiliar face? My things. They are all top quality. But unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move. It is indeed not suitable for your current cultivation level. The land spirit of Langya smiled. Fang Yuan said straightforwardly, I am willing to use a rank 8 immortal material to exchange for familiar face. The land spirit of Langya was still smiling a moment ago. But now, he was furious. Brat, do you really think I am a fool? You want to use a rank 8 immortal material to buy thieving heaven demon Venerable's signature killer move? Dream on. Fang Yuan did not mind. He asked warmly, then how much do you want? 10 rank 8 immortal materials. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to have a change of expression. Impossible. How can I have so many? Do you really think I picked them up from the streets? He cried, with an air of importance, and a blatant falsehood. The land spirit of Langya was hoodwinked. He smiled embarrassedly, then 8? Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. He shouted, 8? You are robbing me. Back then, you told me that the core immortal GU of familiar face is attitude GU. Without attitude GU, I cannot use familiar face. I am only using it as a reference to deduce and modify an immortal killer move that suits me. Do you think I will use 8 immortal materials to exchange for a mere familiar face? Fang Yuan shouted loudly, his saliva splattered all over the face of the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had an embarrassed expression. He took a few steps back. He had been cheated by Fang Yuan many times. He had learned how to bargain. But he clearly lacked experience. He was stopped by Fang Yuan's words. In the end, the existence of the land spirit was only a bit of obsession, formed from the heavenly power of heaven and earth. It was extremely pure. The fact that the land spirit of Langya could reach this step was already extraordinary. Fang Yuan's eyes were red with anger. He continued to bargain loudly. From his words, familiar face was already devalued. The rarity and value of rank 8 immortal materials were emphasized and raised countless times. The land spirit of Langya was unable to resist. He retreated step by step. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he had been a professional merchant. He had run caravans and built shops. He was extremely wealthy, but in the end, he was beaten back to his original state. From then on, he broke the conventional thinking on Earth. He understood that this world was different from Earth. The fist was still the strongest. Eventually, Fang Yuan lowered the price to 5 immortal materials. This was the limit. If it was any lower, the land spirit of Langya would not sell familiar face. The land spirit was simple and stubborn. But the reputation of thieving heaven demon Venerable was indeed worth this much. The land spirit of Langya would not make a loss. He knew that he would sell it at the factory price at most. Fang Yuan knew he could not do it. He paid 5 immortal materials and obtained familiar face. Mission accomplished. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart was indescribable. Although he had the halo of wisdom to use, it was extremely difficult to deduce familiar face. His wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster, but transformation path was only at Master level. And the familiar face series of killer moves were all transformation path killer moves. Even if I deduced it, it would not be the same. But what I've got now is the original version of familiar face. It contains the essence of this move, and there are no flaws. Fang Yuan had no more thoughts of staying, he turned around and left after obtaining it. He left Lang Ya Blessed Land and returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, using his immortal killer move to study it. Familiar face only had one core, that was the rank 8 Attitude GU. This move fully used the power of Attitude GU. It could be said that Attitude GU was the soul of this move. Without Attitude GU, no matter what other immortal GU were added, it would be difficult to display the profundity of familiar face. Other than the Attitude GU, there were over 20 supplementary GU of familiar face. Among them were 2 immortal level supplementary GU, including Change Form Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's refinement of Change Form failed. The second immortal GU did not even have an immortal GU recipe. This was the only flaw. It seems that back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was rank 6, he already had these 2 immortal GU. Immediately, Fang Yuan entered the underground cave and used the Light of Wisdom to expend large amounts of star thoughts to modify the immortal killer move Familiar Face. A few days later, he successfully completed his task. The 2 immortal level supplementary GU were removed, over 1,000 mortal GU were added in, barely replacing the effects of the 2 immortal level supplementary GU. This way, the activation of Familiar Face after Fang Yuan's modification was more than 10 times more complicated. The original version of Familiar Face only had over 20 GU worms. Including the Attitude GU, there were less than 30. With a small number of GU worms, the sequence of activation was simple and not complicated, and the activation speed was also fast. Now that Fang Yuan modified it, there were over 1,000 GU worms. The activation speed was naturally not as fast and convenient as the original version. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan tried to activate the modified Familiar Face. The result of the test made him very satisfied. The modified Familiar Face could reach 60% of the original's power. Losing 2 immortal level supplementary GU and exchanging for over 1,000 mortal GU, it was already very ideal to reach this level. But the activation was slow, it needed an hour to activate. This was not a big deal, after all, Familiar Face was not used for battle. In my previous life, I refined Change Form Immortal GU and used it as the core to create the modified Familiar Face killer move. Now that I have the modified Familiar Face, its effect is 100 times better than in my previous life. Rank 7 GU Immortals can be deceived, but rank 8 GU Immortals will have to depend on the situation. Fang Yuan estimated. The killer move Familiar Face could be said to be extremely exquisite, especially with Attitude GU as the core. It not only changed Fang Yuan's appearance on the surface, but also directly affected other people's hearts. Even if Fang Yuan became a stranger, if the other party was hit by this move, they would feel that Fang Yuan was a good friend that they had not seen for many years, or that he looked familiar, giving them a sense of intimacy. After obtaining Familiar Face, Fang Yuan took time to practice it every day. Although Attitude GU was rank 8, its activation requirement was very low, it only needed the GU Immortal's mental energy, it did not need to expend any immortal essence. Thus, the cost of Fang Yuan's practice was not high. Because of his familiarity, he could reduce the time he needed to activate Familiar Face from the original hour to half. The preparation work has come to an end. Next, I will have to wait for Tai Bai Yunsheng to undergo tribulation. Fang Yuan settled down and stayed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, occasionally going to the small village where the spring dream fruit tree was. He continued to refine Dream Path Mortal GU. He then used these Dream Path Mortal GU to pick large numbers of spring dream fruits. Chapter 984. Western Desert, Green Heaven Fragment World. The sky was green, cool winds were blowing here, the 4 seasons did not stop. A pure white and magnificent city floated steadily in the sky, reflecting a faint golden radiance. Today, humans were the rulers of the world. The once dominant variant human races were now hiding in different corners of the world, struggling to survive. And this green heaven fragment world was the paradise of one of the variant human races, the Feathermen. Immortal GU House Sacred Feather City was the strongest base of the Featherman race. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City, cheers were resounding in the battle stage. All the Feathermen were cheering the name of one of their own. Yufei. 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 The original Featherman King had died. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. But just a moment ago, the battle had already ended. Dan Yu, the Prince of the Feathermen, who was originally the most popular candidate, was actually defeated. The commoner black-haired young man Yu Fei obtained the final victory. I, Yu Fei, have finally realized my life dream. I am the Featherman King. Yu Fei was heavily injured, but he did not care. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He stretched his arms and win-win on his back, enjoying everyone's cheers. He was grinning from ear to ear. His smile was very cheerful, his mouth was wide open, his teeth were exposed. This generation's Featherman King is quite unique. He is different from the previous ones. He is an interesting lad. I heard that he is very ambitious. He wants to develop the Featherman Empire. But after he becomes the Featherman King for some time, he should stabilize. Behind the scenes, the three Featherman GU immortals conversed casually. They had smiles on their faces. But right at this moment, an intense attack descended on this peaceful city. Boom! The Sacred Feather City shook violently amidst the earth-shattering explosion. Ouch! 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 Yu Fei was caught off guard. He lost his footing and fell to the ground. He even rolled thrice. Quickly look, this. The Featherman who saw this was the first to notice something amiss. He pointed at the sky. But he stuttered in fear, unable to speak. Next, most of the Feathermen raised their heads. They were shocked to find that above their heads, a huge crack appeared in the greenish sky. Several figures descended from the crack like demonic gods. The three Featherman GU immortals in Sacred Feather City had already reacted. They flew into the sky. They appeared and faced the invading enemies while shouting orders to the Feathermen in the city. Be careful, a powerful enemy is attacking. Quick, sound the alarm and protect our homes. GU Masters, get into position and occupy the formation cores. Activate Sacred Feather City's defenses. The city was in a state of panic and chaos. The Sacred Feather City had been peaceful for a long time. It was like a paradise without any conflicts. The military preparations were very lax. Coupled with the fact that the new king had just been elected, both the military and the people were unable to make a proper response. The other party was so aggressive. The three Featherman GU immortals had grim expressions. They held a trace of hope and tried to negotiate peacefully. But the leader of the attackers, White Sea Shatuor, gave an order that shattered the three Featherman GU immortals' hopes. This old GU immortal had a cold gaze. In an extremely cold voice, he said, "Begin the attack." The three Featherman immortals were not their match. They could only retreat to the immortal GU house, Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was attacked by the Western Desert Immortals. Battlefield killer moves were unleashed one after another, covering the entire battlefield. Countless mortal killer moves and immortal killer moves were used. When they landed on the immortal GU house, they created a huge firework effect. White Sea Shatuor had clearly come prepared. He used his methods to stall Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City was like a swamp. It could not escape for now. The Feathermen had been in peace for a long time. Now they were in an intense battle of life and death. Their response was not accurate or timely. The three immortals were the same. They lost the chance to escape. 2 days later. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot out, crashing into a section of Sacred Feather City's wall. The city wall was immediately blasted apart, turning into countless GU worm fragments. The Featherman GU masters defending the wall did not manage to escape. Their corpses were scattered all over the ground. Smoke and dust rose, and a green light flashed in the midst of it. Oh no! The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhu Zhong, who had been fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, had bloodshot eyes. He saw that the wall had collapsed, there was a hole in the defense, he quickly flew over to defend it. The essence of an immortal Gu house was formed from countless Gu worms. This part of the wall had collapsed, the Gu worms were destroyed, it was like a hole had been created in the immortal Gu house. It was like a leaking ship, its defense was greatly reduced. If enemies entered and expanded this hole, they could destroy the entire immortal Gu house. Even though the hole was small now, they could not ignore it and let it develop. Zhu Zhong quickly rushed over to block the hole, he wanted to gain some time for the immortal Gu house to heal itself. However, when Zhu Zhong landed, he heard a sinister laugh. "Hey, you fell for it." Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on his left and right, sandwiching him. It turned out that a corner of Sacred Feather City had collapsed, there was a hole, 2 Gu immortals entered. Scoundrel! Zhu Zhong was furious, he quickly retaliated. But he lost the initiative. After a few rounds, he was heavily injured, he was in a precarious situation. Freeze! Outside the city, a Western Desert Gu immortal approached and used an immortal killer move. In an instant, Zhu Zhong was like he was tied up, he could not move. The 2 Gu immortals beside him laughed sinisterly, they attacked together and hit Zhu Zhong's chest. Zhu Zhong coughed out blood, he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into countless buildings along the way, his speed gradually fell, he finally collapsed in a pile of rubble. His body shook slightly, he struggled with all his might. But the effect of the killer move earlier was still there, he had no strength left. Those 2 Gu immortals attacked again, Zhu Zhong could not help but show a look of despair. "Zhu Zhong, persevere. I am coming." At the crucial moment, a majestic figure blocked in front of Zhu Zhong. The strongest expert of Featherman City, First Supreme Elder. Even if the 2 Western Desert Gu immortals worked together, they could not block the Featherman First Supreme Elder's strength. This First Supreme Elder's cultivation level was almost at the peak of rank 7. Right now, he attacked furiously, he had immense power. He was unstoppable. The 2 Western Desert Gu immortals could not retaliate, they quickly suffered heavy injuries, they quickly escaped towards the hole. However, the final Featherman Gu immortal, Zheng Ling. He had been manipulating the immortal Gu house to repair the hole as quickly as possible. The hole was already 80% repaired, it was getting smaller. The 2 Western Desert Gu immortals rushed to the immortal Gu house's hole, but they could not escape, they had to stop. They had to destroy the hole even more. But at this crucial moment, every second was crucial, the Western Desert Gu immortals simply did not have time to destroy the hole again. "Zheng Ling, good job." The Featherman First Supreme Elder was overjoyed. Right now, the immortal Gu house was being repaired, it was already a situation of closing the door and beating the dogs. Once these 2 Western Desert Gu immortals were killed, the Featherman side's morale would definitely rise. The invading enemies would be intimidated, no one would dare to charge into the immortal Gu house blindly. But right when the Featherman First Supreme Elder arrived in front of the 2 Western Desert Gu immortals, a shocking change occurred. On the 2 Western Desert Gu immortals' faces, his originally panicked expression disappeared, and instead, he revealed a smile as if his scheme had succeeded. At the same time, 4 Western Desert Gu immortals appeared beside the Featherman First Supreme Elder. "Our true target is still you. Die." The leader of the Gu immortals was White Sea Shatuor. At this moment, his aura burst out, filling the sky and earth, his might was unstoppable. He had rank 8 cultivation level. The Featherman First Supreme Elder turned pale with fright, he was caught off guard and fell into a dangerous situation. Oh no! The rank 7 Featherman Gu immortal Zheng Ling, who was controlling the immortal Gu house, was extremely anxious. He quickly activated the immortal Gu house to deal with it. Both sides' attention was on the periphery of the immortal Gu house, the most crucial battlefield. "Old ancestor, are you alright?" Yu Fei shouted, pouncing towards the heavily injured Featherman Gu immortal Zhu Zhong. The Featherman Gu immortal Zhu Zhong was paralyzed on the ground. Zhu Zhong had been hit by an immortal killer move, the effect had not faded yet, he was lying on the rubble, unable to move. It's the new Featherman King. Zhu Zhong saw Yu Fei and sighed. He transmitted, "Leave, this is not a battle you can participate in." But Yu Fei did not care. He pounced towards Zhu Zhong and activated a mortal healing Ji, "Old ancestor, I will save you." Zhu Zhong admired Yu Fei's courage. He felt moved but also helpless. He had countless injuries on his body. They were all caused by immortal killer moves. The injuries were filled with Dao marks. Could he only be healed by an ordinary mortal Ji? But at the next moment, Zhu Zhong's eyes protruded as he stared at Yu Fei in front of him. "You are not Yu Fei, you." Zhu Zhong shouted angrily. He wanted to resist, but his body could not move. He did not shout. Fang Yuan had sealed his voice. That's right, the moment the immortal Jiyu house was destroyed, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to come here from northern plains. Near the loophole, the immortal Jiyu house's control fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan did not let anyone discover him. Next, he found an opportunity, and while the two sides were fighting intensely, with their attention focused on the crucial battle, he immediately moved out, disguising as Yu Fei and successfully approaching Zhu Zhong. Right now, he was silently activating slavery immortal Jiyu. Zhu Zhong resisted intensely, the intensity increasing. But a moment later, his resistance vanished. He was successfully enslaved by Fang Yuan. At once, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. "I finally succeeded." Fang Yuan was exhausted. He was extremely tired. He ordered Zhu Zhong, "Quickly replace Zheng Ling and take over the control of Sacred Feather City." "Yes, master." Zhu Zhong dragged his heavily injured body and flew towards the center of Sacred Feather City. "Elder Zheng Ling, hurry up and support the first Supreme Elder. I will control the immortal Jiyu house." Zhu Zhong shouted. Zheng Ling was overjoyed. The Featherman First Supreme Elder's situation was very bad. Even though he was controlling the immortal Jiyu house, the whole of Sacred Feather City was being held back by the enemy's methods. He could not display his true strength. Rather than using Sacred Feather City's strength, Zheng Ling might as well reinforce him personally. "Are your injuries all right?" Zheng Ling was about to move, but he showed some hesitation. "Quick! Look at the situation now. Even if I die, I will defend the immortal Jiyu house." Zhu Zhong was covered in blood as he shouted. Chapter 985. Bam bam bam. A series of explosions resounded like thunder in one's eardrums. Each explosion caused the whole of Sacred Feather City to shake intensely. Fang Yuan stood in the ruins, feeling the tremors of Sacred Feather City. His body was hidden in the rumbling dust. Enslaving Jiyu immortals is thousands of times more difficult than enslaving beast. Fang Yuan sensed the pressure on his soul. Enslaving other lifeforms would place a burden on the Jiyu master's soul. Back in Northern Plains, during the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan commanded countless beasts, but not all of them were enslaved. He enslaved myriad beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, 100 beast kings, and others to control the entire beast army. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Wild beasts did not have much intelligence, so Fang Yuan enslaved many. But earlier, when Fang Yuan enslaved Zhu Zhong, it was completely different. Zhu Zhong had intelligence and spirituality. Even though he did not fail in enslaving him, it placed a heavy burden on Fang Yuan's soul. After all, Zhu Zhong was a Jiyu immortal. A rank 6 slavery immortal Jiyu could only enslave rank 6 Jiyu immortals. This is all thanks to Zhu Zhong being a featherman. He is not a pure human, his spirituality is slightly lower. If I enslaved a pure human Jiyu immortal, I might have failed already. Even though I cultivated soul path, my soul had a foundation. But that was the limit of mortals. For Jiyu immortals, it was quite shallow. After enslaving Zhu Zhong, my soul has completely lost its spirituality. The young man who moved like he was flying has now become an old man with a heavy burden. My battle strength has fallen sharply. It would be good if I could use even 20% of my original strength. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Any Jiyu path that was formed could be said to be broad and profound. Enslavement path was the same. At Jiyu immortal level, It had extraordinary abilities that outsiders could not grasp. To put it bluntly, Fang Yuan was an outsider. He did not know any enslavement path immortal killer moves. If he did, with slavery immortal GU, this situation might not be so bad. He had only used slavery immortal GU in a superficial manner. But with his previous life's experience, and the deduction of the light of wisdom, he obtained great success. Master, I took over Sacred Feather City. Right now, Zheng Ling was already rushing towards the immortal GU house wall. We need to reinforce First Supreme Elder. Zhu Zhong's voice suddenly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan licked his lips excitedly and subconsciously clenched his fists. He ordered in a low voice, "Kill the real Yu Fei first." He was now in Yu Fei's appearance, and the real Yu Fei was his biggest flaw. Very soon, Zhu Zhong's voice was heard again, "Yu Fei is dead. He's turned into ashes." Now, only Zhu Zhong controlled Sacred Feather City. It was easier than flipping one's palm. Very good, try your best to control the immortal GU house and escape the battle. Fang Yuan continued to give orders. This time, after a long while, Zhu Zhong's incomparably weak voice sounded, "I'm sorry, Master, I can't do it. The entire immortal GU house has already been locked down by the enemy's method." Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his eyes flashing fiercely. As expected, it's still the same. In his heart, he wasn't too disappointed. In the previous life, he schemed and made the Feathermen commit suicide, obtaining the Featherman GU immortal Zheng Ling's soul. Zheng Ling had personally participated in the Battle of Sacred Feather City, and it had not been long, even though his memories were very clear. His soul was not tampered with by a soul path great expert like Xue Songzi. Fang Yuan easily soul-searched him. He obtained all of his memories. It was this memory that made Fang Yuan feel like he had personally experienced the Battle of Sacred Feather City. Thus, he could grasp the timing so precisely, sneaking into the immortal GU house and enslaving GU immortal Zhu Zhong while the two sides were fighting. There were many opportunities like this, but this was the best opportunity. Zhu Zhong was controlled by an immortal killer move and could not move. This gave Fang Yuan a huge advantage. From Zheng Ling's soul, Fang Yuan learned that this immortal GU house Sacred Feather City was locked by the enemy and could not move. But for a person like Fang Yuan, if he did not try it himself, he would not be satisfied. After trying, he could not snatch this Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing, watching the situation develop. Like in his previous life, Zhu Zhong dragged his injured body and barely managed to control the immortal GU house, freeing Zheng Ling's battle strength. Zheng Ling went to reinforce First Supreme Elder, fighting White Sea Shatuo and the rest. This intense battle was the most crucial one in the entire Battle of Sacred Feather City. The result was the same as in Fang Yuan's previous life. White Sea Shatuo and the rest were forced to retreat through a loophole. First Supreme Elder was heavily injured. He was targeted by the Western Desert GU Immortals. As for Zheng Ling, he was in a better state. After this battle, the immortal GU house was repaired, there were no more loopholes, its defense was perfect again. But the Featherman First Supreme Elder died in the city from his heavy injuries. After losing their strongest battle strength, the two Featherman GU Immortals held on for a night. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they decided to give up the immortal GU house and retreat. They gathered all the Feathermen and activated the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. I wish for my Feathermen to survive. I wish for my Feathermen to be free. I wish for my Feathermen to have a world. The Western Desert GU Immortals watched as the Feathermen left. Once the Feathermen left, they would obtain the complete immortal GU house, Sacred Feather City. This was the first time Fang Yuan was experiencing Heaven's Wish. He sensed a majestic white light sweeping him and the Feathermen into a tunnel filled with white light. His body was like a piece of wood in a whirlpool, spinning continuously. After several minutes, the surrounding white light vanished. Fang Yuan landed on solid ground again. He felt dizzy, he almost fell to the ground. The surrounding mortal Feathermen. He was already lying on the ground in a disorderly manner. Only the two Featherman GU Immortals, Zheng Ling and Zhu Zhong, were standing vigilantly. Fang Yuan shook his head. It seems that after enslaving Zhu Zhong, my main body's battle strength is no longer worth looking forward to. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhu Zhong looked around. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's expression changed. He said, "Oh no. This is a human Gu Immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We are being treated as an earthly calamity. It has descended here." Tai Bai Yunxing was in the lead, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were on his left and right. They flew towards the Feathermen. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan helped Tai Bai Yunxing undergo tribulation, he did not invite them. But in this life, Fang Yuan wanted to use this earthly calamity to teach them a lesson. Thus, he invited them to help him. Tai Bai Yunxing was expressionless. But he was shocked and joyful inwardly, he thought. Back then, when Fang Yuan told me that he could predict this calamity and told me what to do, I did not dare to believe him. But now, it seems that everything is going as he expected. I will definitely survive this calamity. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were inwardly shocked. A Featherman calamity was a rare thing to begin with. But Fang Yuan could actually predict it so accurately. What did that mean? One of the main reasons why heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were hard to pass was that they were hard to predict. Fang Yuan had this ability now. He was a divine weapon for passing tribulations. As long as one made preparations before the tribulation, the success rate would be raised to a terrifying level. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's heart had already sunk to rock bottom. In the previous life, when he saw Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, he felt disdain towards them. But in this life, Rank 7 Fairy Li Shan, Great Strength True Martial Physique He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunxing arrived together, especially when the three of them did not conceal their immortal Gu auras. They gave Zheng Ling a huge mental pressure. There was nothing much to say next. After Tai Bai Yunxing displayed landscape as before, the Featherman Gu Immortal's threat towards Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture was extremely weak. In the previous life, with just Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's strength, they played the Feathermen around in circles. This time, not only did they gain powerful reinforcements like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, even Zhu Zhong and Yu Fei were traitors. After a duel, Zheng Ling was killed again, but Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest did not force the Feathermen. This was a mistake that Fang Yuan had made in the previous life. He would not make it again in this life. These Feathermen were different from the Feathermen in the market. They lived in the immemorial green heaven fragment world. They were isolated from the rest of the world. They had the nature of the ancient Feathermen. They would rather commit suicide than lose their freedom. Thus, Tai Bai Yunxing did not restrict them. He pretended to discuss with them. Under the leadership of Zhu Zhong and Yu Fei, the Feathermen were all moved to star form blessed land. With these Feathermen, Fang Yuan's western desert development would reach a new level. His future would be bright. This was not his only gain. Afterwards, He Lulan asked him about the matter of deducing the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan purposely smiled bitterly, asking, "Do you think I have this ability? Don't forget, Zishan Makoto is my master." Similarly, Tai Bai Yunxing is also his disciple. He Lulan thought, as expected, this ability is too strong. It is not something that Fang Yuan can have. So it was Zishan Makoto who did it. Unknowingly, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan became even more wary of Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan had given them a warning. It would be very beneficial for him to control blazing heaven demoness in the future. But after enslaving Zhu Zhong, the burden on his soul was very heavy. Even refining Dream Path Mortal Gu was a huge burden. This made Fang Yuan's desire towards Luopo Valley even stronger. If Luopo Valley and Danghun Mountain could belong to him, then even if he was an outsider of Soul Path, his soul foundation would grow rapidly. But now was not the time to go to Luopo Valley. In the previous life, He Cheng's soul fell into He Lulan's hands. Through soul-searching, she obtained a lot of information and shared it with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew that Luopo Valley had been transformed into a secret stronghold by Shadow Sect. There were countless Gu formations set up. The defense was extremely tight. Even in the previous life, when the central continent Gu Immortals led by Feng Joga attacked, Luopo Valley was empty. With just these Gu formations, They could last until Qin Bai Sheng and the rest returned. Right now, almost all of Shadow Sect's GU immortals were in Luo Po Valley. It was more terrifying than a tiger's den. Fang Yuan had to wait for the right time. Chapter 986. Fang Yuan had a lot of patience. After helping Tai Bai Yunsheng pass the tribulation, Fang Yuan refined Dream Path Mortal GU and picked the Spring Dream Fruits, while also increasing his business of Guts GU and Eerie Fire Dragon Python. Very quickly, his monthly profit greatly exceeded that of the same period in his previous life. It actually broke through the 2,000 mark. There were many reasons for this. Firstly, in his previous life, Fang Yuan had to spend a lot of time to investigate thoroughly before he could choose a suitable trading partner, especially in the Western Desert. But in this life, because he had retained his experience, Fang Yuan easily contacted the buyer, which saved him a lot of time and steps, greatly bringing forward the time to profit. Secondly, the hairy men in Fang Yuan's stone nest were freed and used to refine Guts GU. It was not like his previous life, where he had to refine Star Thought GU and other non-profitable GU worms. Thirdly, Fang Yuan had no plans to relocate Stellar Form Blessed Land. He had already formed a new alliance with He Lulan and the others. They might need to migrate in the future, but it was not urgent now. Fourth, with the Feathermen forming caravans to conduct trade, Fang Yuan was able to quickly see great results in the Western Desert. The usefulness of the Feathermen was starting to show. But Fang Yuan was only testing the waters. He did not send out these tens of thousands of Feathermen. In this area, he had a long-term plan. He wanted to make use of this population to increase the number of Feathermen, and in the future, he might even be able to trade Feathermen slaves. In terms of slave trade, Feathermen might not be as good as hairy men, but they were much better than rockmen. Especially the Western Desert forces. The number of Feathermen sacrificed every year was not small. The demand for Featherman slaves was always high. Fang Yuan developed patiently. While accumulating Immortal Yuan Stone, he did not forget to accumulate GU Refinement Immortal materials. As time passed, Lang Ya Blessed Land was once again invaded by powerful enemies. The land spirit of Langya knew that the enemy was coming at them fiercely. He had no choice but to ask for help, sending letters to both Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. In this life, because of Fang Yuan's meticulous planning, Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture did not suffer much damage. After receiving the letter, the two went to Lang Ya Blessed Land. Lang Ya Blessed Land was filled with boundless clouds and mist. It was so dark that one could not even see his own fingers. Up in the sky, not seeing the sky. The ground could not be seen. This is the 12-cloud confounding formation, the land spirit of Langya introduced in a low voice, and these people are the invading enemies. With a wave of the land spirit sleeve, a few images appeared in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Qin Bai Sheng, Jiang Yu, He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, He Lang Zi, Hui Feng Zi and the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie were all there. It's them. Fang Yuan pretended to be surprised. You know these people? The land spirit of Langya immediately asked. Fang Yuan nodded. His expression was solemn. These people are very strong, even though their leader, Qin Bai Sheng, only has rank 7 cultivation level, he can fight rank 8 GU immortals. The land spirit of Langya was shocked. So strong? Fang Yuan pointed at the others. This is Fairy Jiang Yu, she has Dark Limit Immortal GU. This is the GU Immortal Elder He Cheng of the current Northern Plains Super Force He tribe, he has an Immortal GU house in his possession. And Shuesong Zi, don't think that he only has rank 6 cultivation level, he is a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, his backer is rank 8 Old Ancestor Shui Hu. And this is He Lang Zi, he is a Transformation Path GU Immortal with great battle strength. Back then, when Old Ancestor Shui Hu wanted to recruit him, he did not accept it. This is Hui Feng Zi, he is a Wind Path Great Expert, his Wind Path attainment level is unfathomable. He is publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. He had once escaped from many rank 8 GU immortals. Fang Yuan's every word. The land spirit of Langya's mood became heavier. After Fang Yuan finished speaking, The land spirit of Langya's expression was extremely solemn. He pointed at the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. I did not expect the enemy to be so strong. Then who is this Gu immortal? Fang Yuan naturally knew about his background, but he showed a puzzled expression. He pondered. This person is concealing his face and has an immortal killer move. He seems to be very mysterious. Let me make a deduction. Saying so, he pinched his fingers. Starlight shone from his body. He let out the aura of an immortal Gu, looking very serious. At this moment, the land spirit of Langya was deceived. He could not help but think, in the past, I have looked for Fang Yuan many times to deduce immortal Gu recipes for me. But this is the first time I am seeing him make a deduction. I am not sure what immortal Gu he is using, but from the looks of it, his wisdom path attainment level is not low. The starlight on Fang Yuan's body gradually faded. His expression was grim as his eyes shined with bright light. Amazing, this mysterious Gu immortal has a huge origin. He is actually an immortal zombie. Moreover, he has the blazing glory lightning brilliance physique, one of the 10 extreme physique. You deduced it so quickly? The land spirit of Langya was quite surprised. At the side, Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled, of course. Fang Yuan's attainment level is a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Wisdom Path Grandmaster? The land spirit of Langya's heart shook. He sized up Fang Yuan with a new gaze. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He said to the land spirit of Langya in a low voice, "The enemy is so strong, I am afraid we will be in danger." The land spirit of Langya chuckled, "No matter. As long as we persevere for some time, I can capture any Gu immortal alive." Oh! Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. He pretended to be curious as he probed the land spirit of Langya. "It seems you have strong reinforcements on your side." The land spirit of Langya had a smug smile on his face. He did not want to say anything, but he suddenly changed his mind. He probed Fang Yuan instead. "You are actually a Wisdom Path Grandmaster at such a young age? To speak the truth, this is really out of my expectations. Why don't you deduce how confident I am in dealing with the enemy this time?" Fang Yuan naturally knew that the land spirit of Langya's confidence was in the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. But next, he pretended to deduce, pretending to be in a difficult situation. Eventually, he admitted defeat. "I cannot deduce anything. To speak the truth, I have tried to deduce Lang Ya blessed land in the past, but I gained nothing. This time is no exception." Ha ha ha. The land spirit of Langya laughed loudly. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder proudly, but did not say anything else. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. Rank 8 refinement cauldron was naturally the same. Such a defensive method. Not only could it defend against attacks, it also had the ability to resist deductions of others. Fang Yuan pretended to fail. This was within the expectations of the land spirit of Langya. In his opinion, this was expected. Because no matter how outstanding Fang Yuan was, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. No matter how mystical an immortal Gu was, it could not compare to the rank 8 immortal Gu house, refinement cauldron. I cannot deduce anything, that is for sure. But if I deduce anything, I am afraid the land spirit of Langya will be wary. Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. Land spirits might be stubborn or naive, but they were not without intelligence. Especially when the land spirit of Langya's main body, long hair ancestor, had a good friend, immortal Yi Yang, when this legendary person was alive. This person was a wisdom path Gu immortal. The doctrine of 3 venerables was also very famous in history. Thus, the land spirit of Langya was very clear about the abilities of a wisdom path Gu immortal. If Fang Yuan deduced anything, it would have clearly surpassed the abilities of a rank 6 wisdom path Gu immortal. This would definitely arouse the vigilance and suspicions of the land spirit of Langya. He would think like this: how can just Fang Yuan deduce anything? Clearly, there is someone capable behind him, and this great expert is very powerful. He can actually break through my refinement cauldron's defense and deduce the arrangements in the blessed land. Thinking of this, the land spirit of Langya was naturally very vigilant and guarded against Fang Yuan. After all, the land spirit of Langya was formed from long hair ancestor's obsession. And long hair ancestor was a hairy man. Towards humans and even other variant humans, he was always on guard. This could be seen from his previous life, when the land spirit of Langya changed his temperament and speech. The reason why Fang Yuan could get close to the land spirit of Langya. The main reason was because he had inherited a certain inheritance of thieving heaven demon Venerable. Due to the agreement between his main body and thieving heaven demon Venerable, the land spirit of Langya had to help Fang Yuan 3 times to refine GU worms for him. If not for this, how could Fang Yuan, as a human, get close to the land spirit of Langya? Although Fang Yuan had Star Thought Immortal GU and All-Out Effort Immortal GU to refine, all along, he did not want to waste the last GU refinement opportunity. It was to get close to the land spirit of Langya at all times. The land spirit of Langya had lived in this blessed land for countless years. His interactions with the outside world, other than jewel yellow skies buying and selling immortal materials, was only through Mo Tan Sang. He knew the principle of treasuring a treasure would cause trouble, thus he had always been low-key. At the same time, he had a natural distrustful attitude towards other people. Fang Yuan was not strong in the past, the land spirit of Langya was not too wary or suspicious of him. But when he gradually displayed his extraordinary side, the land spirit of Langya would naturally be vigilant and uneasy. How could he allow someone to sleep on his bed? In the past, Fang Yuan was just a little rabbit, but now that he displayed his wisdom path grandmaster cultivation level, Fang Yuan could be said to be a venomous snake. Next, the development was the same as in the previous life. Fang Yuan was arranged by the land spirit of Langya to guard a cloud building. But before this, Fang Yuan suggested to gather He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to participate in the battle. Tai Bai Yunsheng also vouched for him. But the land spirit of Langya rejected it. Fang Yuan fought Xue Songzi, but this time, he did not use the previous life strategy. He did not sneak attack Xue Songzi, he fought openly. Even though he was much more famous than in the previous life, the results were not great. Fang Yuan was only in a deadlock with Xue Songzi. Not long after the Shadow Sect arrived, Fang Yuan retreated. There was no benefit in killing Xue Songzi. He had Immortal GU and Lifespan GU, but they were hard to snatch. It was better to let him go and let him deal with the Central Continent GU Immortals in the future. Fang Yuan had also thought of reminding the land spirit of Langya to make arrangements and use Refinement Cauldron to take down the Shadow Sect group. But after thinking about it, he rejected this idea. Firstly, he had to get rid of the Shadow Sect group. The risk was huge. Qin Bai Sheng was extremely strong. Fang Yuan had no confidence in him. The Shadow Sect seemed to have a secret connection with Zombie Alliance. The situation here was very complicated. Secondly, even if he got rid of the Shadow Sect group, Fang Yuan's gains would not be ideal. Refinement Cauldron had the greatest effect. If they won, the land spirit of Langya would get the most loot. The Shadow Sect base, Luo Po Valley, would be visited by the Central Continent GU Immortals. Fang Yuan would not be able to get it. Thirdly, Fang Yuan still needed the Shadow Sect group of Northern Plains to resist the Central Continent GU Immortals. Although he did not know how the Central Continent GU Immortals found the Shadow Sect group after investigating Fang Yuan, this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to see the most. If he killed the Shadow Sect group, it would be clearing the obstacles for the Central Continent GU Immortals. If the Central Continent GU Immortals found Fang Yuan, what would Fang Yuan do? Finally, Fang Yuan guessed from the blazing glory lightning brilliance body that the mastermind behind the Battle of Yitian Mountain was likely the Shadow Sect. If he killed them, there would be a huge impact. An unprecedented accident would occur during the Battle of Yitian Mountain. If there were too many accidents, it might affect Fang Yuan's arrangements and make his preparations useless. Thus, in the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan planned to let nature take its course. Chapter 987. Damn it, it had to happen at this time. Qin Bai Sheng clenched his fists. Looking at the situation, he was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Retreat. After a while, he sighed and ordered. Why are we retreating? Fairy Jiang Yu was shocked. Luo Po Valley was attacked. It was those Central Continent GU Immortals who were investigating the truth behind the collapse of 88 Point Shenyang Tower. Qin Bai Sheng transmitted. How did they find out about us? Don't tell me, it is Providence. Fairy Jiang Yu's body shook. Providence is vast, it is likely so, but earlier, we made a huge move to prepare for our final plan, but Providence obstructed us. When we reach Yi Tian Mountain in the future, who knows how terrifying this Providence's obstruction will be. Qin Bai Sheng sighed. The conversation between the two happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. They were secretly transmitting their voices, so no one else knew what they were talking about. Soon, under Qin Bai Sheng's orders, Shadow Sect's group left Lang Ya Blessed Land. They retreated. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a breath of air. Damn it! He escaped again. Hei Lulan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Fairy Li Shan was silent, her brows were tightly furrowed, she had a worried expression. The hairy man Gu Immortals first cheered, but soon, they felt sorrow. In this battle, not only were there bloody sacrifices, there were even traitors. The world was unpredictable, the tragedy of life and death was happening right in front of them. These hairy man Gu Immortals who only cared about Gu refinement were greatly agitated. Lang Ya Land Spirit released the ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar, his eyes were scarlet red. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the direction that Qin Bai Sheng and the rest left in. These guys, they really think we hairy men are easy to bully. One day, our great hairy man race will use your blood to wash away today's humiliation. This battle was because of Fang Yuan's inaction. It was the same as in the previous life. First, Fang Yuan and the rest guarded the mortal Gu House cloud building, but the Shadow Sect easily broke the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. One of the Inkman Gu Immortals was instantly killed by Qin Bai Sheng, losing his life. The land spirit of Langya's original plan to stall for time had been seriously destroyed. He had no way out. He was so anxious that he kept walking around in circles. In his previous life, it was at this critical juncture that the land spirit of Langya transformed. But in this life, taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Yuan immediately suggested for the land spirit of Langya to use ancient battle formations. The land spirit of Langya was at a loss when he heard the news. He quickly accepted it. Ancient battle formations were different from the current mainstream battlefield killer moves. The Dao marks of the ancient battle formations were much less harmful to the blessed land than the mainstream battlefield killer moves. The land spirit of Langya had no other choice but to use Heavenly Giant Solar. At this time, Fang Yuan suggested, how can we block them with just the few of us? We need more manpower. But the land spirit of Langya was hesitant. He had more than 10 hairy man Gu Immortals secretly, but they were all behind the scenes, controlling the rank 8 immortal Gu House refinement cauldron. Especially, he even sensed that there were traitors among them. Fang Yuan had already expected the land spirit of Langya's reaction. He suggested that he had trustworthy helpers around him. The land spirit of Langya frowned. He was against others. He would rather fewer people know about Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan smiled. Land spirit, don't worry. What is our relationship? I need to keep it a secret for you. I will not leak the Blessed Land's information. I only need to summon them. Arrange them in Heavenly Giant Solar and let them fight. After that, you can just give them some compensation. The land spirit of Langya did not want to agree, but Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked fiercely. Even with Heavenly Giant Solar, they were forced to retreat. The land spirit of Langya was helpless. He could only listen to Fang Yuan's suggestion. This way, Fang Yuan sent Hei Lulan and Fairy Li Shan into Heavenly Giant Solar, causing this ancient battle formation's power to rise sharply. However, Hei Cheng had the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. It could resist Heavenly Giant Solar. Qin Bai Sheng's 5-finger fist heart sword was extremely sharp. Heavenly Giant Solar suffered heavy injuries repeatedly. The situation was only delayed for a while before it deteriorated again. The land spirit of Langya had no choice but to rob Peter to repair Paul. He sent the hairy man Gu Immortals in refinement cauldron into Heavenly Giant Solar. In the intense battle, the other side of the land spirit of Langya was stimulated. After sending 3 batches, Qin Bai Sheng finally found a chance. He activated the traitor and removed refinement cauldron. Eventually, He snatched many core immortal GU from refinement cauldron and retreated. He brought Xuesongzi and the two exposed hairy man GU immortal traitors. After the battle, Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng. He asked him to bring He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan away. He did not stay for long. This way, he completed one of the contents of the new alliance agreement that he had signed not long ago. He had already provided a chance for He Lulan to kill He Cheng. But the latter did not capture him. That did not mean that Fang Yuan did not follow the rules of the alliance agreement. Even though He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had a lot of questions and curiosity towards Lang Ya Blessed Land after the incident. But Fang Yuan did not answer any of them. The alliance agreement did not state that all information had to be shared selflessly. Since Fang Yuan already knew about it, how could he shoot himself in the foot? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were helpless. They felt that Fang Yuan was very mysterious. His background could not be underestimated. He was actually connected to such a mystical existence. They could not help but think of Fang Yuan's master, Zishan Makoto. They had many wild and fanciful thoughts. First, he borrowed attitude GU, and now, he used Lang Ya Blessed Land to deal a blow to He Lulan's side twice. This made Fang Yuan even more confident in dealing with Blazing Heaven Demonis. At the same time, it was a small preparation for him to ally with He Lulan and the rest to take down Lang Ya Blessed Land. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to take Lang Ya Blessed Land for himself. But many times, ideas were beautiful, but reality was cruel. This could be considered as Fang Yuan's insignificant preparation for any future mishaps. Land Spirit of Langya turned into his second personality. Like in his previous life, after the battle, he prepared to relocate Lang Ya Blessed Land. At the same time, he reformed Lang Ya sect, and invited Fang Yuan to be an external supreme elder. Fang Yuan agreed. Speaking of the rewards for this battle, Fang Yuan did not ask for the rank 6 immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU, he asked Land Spirit of Langya for a large amount of support. At some point in the future, if Fang Yuan was in danger, Lang Ya sect would need to send GU immortals to save Fang Yuan immediately. This way, Fang Yuan brought Lang Ya Blessed Land's hairy man GU immortals along with him. Land Spirit of Langya gave Fang Yuan a sect mission. He was to go deep into the icy plain and contact the alliance of the Rockmen and Snowmen. As long as you complete this mission, I will give you a portion of the immortal GU recipes. As long as you have enough sect contribution points, you can use these contribution points to exchange for the immortal GU recipes you want. Land Spirit of Langya did not forget to entice Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. Can I look at these immortal GU recipes first? Of course. After looking at them, even with Fang Yuan's vast knowledge, he was moved. Lang Ya Blessed Land only had dozens of immortal GU, but the number of immortal GU recipes was hard for Fang Yuan to estimate. At least, Land Spirit of Langya showed Fang Yuan 200 of them. Fang Yuan soon saw many immortal GU recipes that suited him. He asked, "Can I choose other missions?" But he was rejected by Land Spirit of Langya. "My Lang Ya sect has just been established. There are many things to do, of course there are people to deal with. But this mission is the most dangerous, so I will give it to you. Anyway, if you die, I won't feel any heartache. Hairy man GU immortals cannot die easily, they are truly on the same side." Land Spirit of Langya could only speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt somewhat relieved. "But don't worry, I want to create the hairy man world, you variant humans will need help. I also have a transformation path method to let you abandon your human body and turn into a hairy man. When you truly become a hairy man, I will open up the immortal GU inventory. You can use your contribution points to borrow or exchange immortal GU." Ha ha ha. Land Spirit of Langya patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, encouraging him. But this kind of encouragement was a bit too direct. Fang Yuan did not mind. His first question was whether familiar face and becoming a hairy man, could he fool Land Spirit of Langya? But soon, he discarded this thought. Not to mention the fact that familiar face he had now was only an incomplete version. And the original familiar face was obtained from Land Spirit of Langya. Even though he was direct, it did not mean he was stupid. I will definitely not consider becoming a true hairy man. Humans are the true masters of this world. It has been like this since the remote antiquity era. This is the general trend. How can it be changed? Back then, even long-hair ancestor, who was the land spirit's main body, had to hide his true identity. Now, he is only a land spirit. What tricks can he come up with? H. Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about Lang Ya sect's future. In the 500 years of his previous life, Lang Ya sect was taken over by the Celestial Court. This was the final outcome of Lang Ya blessed land. Even if there were changes in the future, if it was not the Celestial Court, it could be other GU immortals or organizations. Humans would always be the rulers. The status of variant humans would not change. Fang Yuan's plan had always been to gain benefits from Lang Ya blessed land. Land spirit of Langya turning into his second personality had both advantages and disadvantages for Fang Yuan. But at least this time, there were more benefits for Fang Yuan. The original land spirit of Langya was quite conservative. He would not create Lang Ya sect and recruit Fang Yuan as an external supreme elder. He would not agree to help Fang Yuan when he was in danger. The battle of Lang Ya sect ended. The 100 Days battle in Luopo Valley began. Fang Yuan returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He recuperated while refining Dream Path mortal GU. At the same time, he stockpiled GU refinement immortal materials, preparing to refine immortal GU. A month later, he picked all the spring dream fruits and refined a large number of Dream Path mortal GU. The quantity was much higher than in his previous life. Chapter 988. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. With O, like in his previous life, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were led by a scenic blue immortal zombie, Shon Anjiang, as they passed through Yulu Blessed Land's entrance and entered. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ha ha ha. Shark Demon saw Tai Bai Yunsheng and showed a warm expression. He took the initiative to welcome him and patted Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder. Tai Bai Yunsheng had not been in Eastern Sea for long, but with man as before and landscape as before, he had made quite a name for himself. Earlier, Tai Bai Yunsheng helped Shark Demon's group attack Yulu Blessed Land. His man as before immortal GU was of great help to them. Shark Demon greeted him and turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. This must be Brother Tai Bai's good friend, Wisdom Star Chen Dao? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, then you are my good friend as well. I am just a lone cultivator. I do not dare to call myself that. Fang Yuan nodded, smiling humbly. He had a tall and straight posture, with a feather fan and silk handkerchief. He had the appearance of a handsome young man. His skin was white and clean. He had a tall nose bridge and thick eyebrows. His eyes were like deep pools. Right now, Fang Yuan had a smile on his face. He looked like a handsome young man. He was very pleasing to the eyes. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was Xing Xiongzi, but in this life, he was Wisdom Star. Familiar Face's power was much stronger than vaguely familiar face in his previous life. Shark Demon and the rest could not see through Fang Yuan's true appearance in the previous life. It was even more impossible in this life. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, looked at Fang Yuan and said, I heard that you cultivate Wisdom Path as your main and Star Path as your secondary. You were recommended by Sir Tai Bai. I wonder if you can display your skills here? In the previous life, Fang Yuan pretended to be Xing Xiongzi. To the outside world, he called himself Star Path as his main and Wisdom Path as his secondary. But in this life, Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment had already reached Grandmaster level. Even without Wisdom Path Immortal GU, he was very confident. Therefore, he might as well separate the major and minor sects. They swapped places. Fang Yuan nodded and said to Shark Demon and the others, It's reasonable for everyone to test my cultivation. Then I will show you my skills and give you my comments. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was very humble, but in this life, he spoke very politely, but his expression was full of arrogance. Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart was filled with worry, but he did not show it. Among the immortals, Bu Dan's face was gloomy. The arrival of Fang Yuan. His position in the team was in jeopardy. and his interests were seriously violated. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, one hand was behind his back while the other held a feather fan. He waved it leisurely in front of his chest. He looked around, taking in the sights around him. Right now, it was still the battlefield killer move, freezing rain, frozen earth. Thus, when he looked around, it was a vast expanse of white ice and snow. Every once in a while, here, a huge icy rain would fall and form countless snow monsters, causing huge trouble for everyone. Fang Yuan only looked for a while before saying, "I've deduced it." Shark Demon and the rest were shocked. They had thought that Fang Yuan was preparing some immortal killer move. To think that he had finished it so quickly. Su Baiman complimented him even more politely. "Your Excellency's cultivation is indeed impressive, to be able to remain so calm and collected. You actually deduced the flaw of this battlefield killer move without making a sound. You are truly admirable." "Not at all. Not at all." Fang Yuan waved his hand and smiled. "Madam, you are exaggerating. To deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move, I need to spend some effort. But that was not what I deduced earlier." Immediately, an immortal zombie asked, "Then what did Sir deduce?" Fang Yuan answered calmly, "I deduced some information about battlefield killer moves. For example, this battlefield killer move that we are in is called freezing rain, frozen earth." Hearing this answer, all the immortals were stunned. Immediately, Shark Demon frowned. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a vicious nature. He was about to act up when Su Baiman secretly stopped him. Gu Immortal Bu Dan scoffed, "Chen Dao, are you playing with us? Who doesn't know the name of this battlefield killer move? It is called freezing rain, frozen earth. To think that you have such guts despite your low abilities, you actually dare to trick Shark Demon and Su Baiman." Su Baiman laughed, easing the atmosphere. "Bu Dan, shut up. I think Brother Chen is only joking. He is about to use his true method." Fang Yuan shook his head. "Madam, this is what I deduced." Su Baiman's expression froze, his gaze slowly turned dark. "What?" Shark Demon snorted coldly. He could no longer hold back. He stared with wide eyes as he walked forward fiercely. At this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng stepped forward, blocking Fang Yuan and Shark Demon. He cupped his fists towards Shark Demon, smiling bitterly. "Lord Shark Demon, it was my fault. I did not say it clearly, but this Brother Chen has such a personality, he always leaves half of his words unsaid. I have been troubled by this for a long time." "Oh." Shark Demon's expression eased. He looked at Fang Yuan. "Ayo, my Brother Chen, just tell me everything that you have calculated." Tai Bai Yun Sheng pretended to be distressed and said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Everyone, I have indeed deduced the origin of the battlefield killer move. But it is not only freezing rain, frozen earth. Below this freezing rain, frozen earth are Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops. Fighting Soul Battlefield, 8 Doors Labyrinth, and Unmoving Troops, is this true?" Shark Demon was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words. His eyes shined as he stared at Fang Yuan with anticipation. Fang Yuan waved his feather fan leisurely. "I deduced it personally, how can it be false?" Shark Demon and Su Baiman immediately transmitted their voices. Shark Demon was overjoyed. "Madam, if this Wisdom Star's deductions are accurate, then his wisdom path attainment is truly amazing." Su Baiman agreed. "That's right. Earlier, we invited several wisdom path GU immortals, but it was very difficult to deduce the battlefield killer move. I didn't expect this person to give me an answer so quickly and silently." Shark Demon pondered. "We need to wait and see. Maybe he is just speaking without thinking, pretending to be mysterious. If the deduction is wrong, what use is it?" Su Baiman thought about it before rejecting. "I think the possibility is not high. Firstly, Tai Bai Yunsheng has a steady nature, he praises this person highly. If this person really has Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, it is understandable that he deduced the battlefield killer move. Secondly, we can verify this. As we progress step by step, we will be able to prove his answer. If he wants to deceive us, he would not be so unwise as to give information that can be easily determined." Millimeter, Madam is right. Just as Shark Demon and Su Baiman were conversing secretly, Bu Dan could not wait any longer. He sneered at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you are really astute, your deduction is very good. As long as the freezing rain-frozen earth does not break, how can we know that your deduction is correct? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He had trampled on this Bu Dan in his previous life. He had framed him before. It seemed that he could not avoid it in this life. Fang Yuan did not want to complicate matters, but he could not do anything about Bu Dan taking the initiative to appear in front of him. At this time, Shark Demon smiled. Sir Chen, Bu Dan is being unreasonable, please do not blame him. Although he is being unreasonable, he is speaking the truth. The thing that I deduced will indeed take some time before I can verify it. Fang Yuan nodded, admitting it frankly. Su Baiman chuckled softly. For some reason, although this is the first time I have met you, I feel that I have met you before. I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and trust. So even if I cannot verify it, I still believe you. Ha ha ha, many people have said that. Fang Yuan boasted shamelessly. Not at all modest. But there was indeed no need to be modest. This was the effect of familiar face. Shark Demon continued, Sir Chen. We are trapped in the freezing rain-frozen earth, please help us, sir. Break this move one day earlier, and you will be able to see the next level one day earlier. I'll also be able to see the next level a day earlier and help Mr. verify the contents of your deductions and clear your name. Fang Yuan laughed. Lord Shark Demon, you are wrong. I'm very confident in my deduction. I don't need any verification at all. It is just that you do not trust me and need verification. After pausing for a while, Fang Yuan continued, since you want me to help, we should talk about the remuneration first, right? Shark Demon frowned. Fang Yuan's attitude made him unhappy. After all, Fang Yuan was only rank 6 while he was rank 7, it was already an offense for a rank 6 to have such an attitude towards a rank 7. In his previous life, Fang Yuan sucked up to Shark Demon and wanted to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, thus he was very polite to him. But in this life, Fang Yuan had already obtained the Earth Trench inheritance, why would he need to join Zombie Alliance? Shark Demon wanted to attack Yulu Blessed Land because he needed Fang Yuan's help. Fang Yuan naturally had to use his identity to obtain more benefits. After some discussion, Shark Demon offered a high price. Fang Yuan gladly accepted and started to move. Although he did not have Star Thought Immortal GU, he was different from his previous life, he was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster now. Even if he used Mortal GU, he could use them in countless ways. Most importantly, he had already unraveled this battlefield killer move in his previous life. Therefore, when he made a move, the effect was immediate, and it even caused the crowd to exclaim in surprise and praise from time to time. In his previous life, Fang Yuan only focused on unraveling this battlefield killer move, freezing rain-frozen earth. But in this life, Fang Yuan dealt with it with ease, he placed most of his attention on learning. Be it his previous life or this life, Fang Yuan did not have a single battlefield killer move. He was deeply interested in any battlefield killer move. As time passed, Fang Yuan's understanding of this battlefield killer move, freezing rain-frozen earth, became deeper and deeper. What were the core immortal GU of freezing rain-frozen earth, how many were there, and how many supplementary mortal GU were there? Fang Yuan gradually understood them. Only how these GU worms worked together and how many methods they could be used, Fang Yuan could not find them all in a short period of time. Every once in a while, freezing rain and snow monsters would attack, but Shark Demon and the rest would take the initiative to protect the environment for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not make the same mistake as in his previous life, he did not increase the power of freezing rain-frozen earth. Instead, because he repeatedly unraveled it correctly, the battlefield killer move's power weakened. As for Bu Dan, he was already cowering dejectedly, he did not dare to compete with Fang Yuan. The wisdom path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed was many times deeper than in his previous life. In the previous life, Bu Dan was indignant, but now, he saw the huge gap between him and Fang Yuan, he lost his fighting spirit and became dejected. Eventually, when Fang Yuan almost used up all of his Star Thought Mortal GU, he stopped. Freezing rain frozen earth had already been unraveled by 60%, only 40% was left. Brother Chen, why did you stop? Shark Demon asked anxiously. Fang Yuan smiled, haste makes waste. I am a little tired, let's stop here for today. Shark Demon was furious, but he needed Fang Yuan's help, he could not do anything about it, he could only force a smile on his face. Sir is right, I need to rest well. How about this, Sir is a guest, why don't you come to my shark sea? My shark fishing feast is one of a kind in the East Sea. The other GU immortals gasped, they looked at Fang Yuan with envy and jealousy. Chapter 989. At the shark fishing banquet, the fragrance of wine permeated the air, delicacies filled the table. After seeing Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were very polite and enthusiastic towards Fang Yuan. As they toasted, Shark Demon called over many female GU masters. Gentlemen, how can there not be music in this banquet? These are the servants that my hall nurtured, they all have GU master cultivation level and are proficient in transformation path. Their performance of the Sea Demon Dance has been praised by many GU immortals. Today, I will invite you to appreciate it. These female GU masters were all beautiful like flowers, they had graceful figures. At this moment, the music started, the female dancers danced, their sleeves fluttered in the wind, they were beautiful and alluring. Suddenly, the music changed from gentle to hurried, the female GU masters changed their forms, they grew fish tails and turned into mermaids, swimming in the air. The music changed again, it became lively and lively. The female GU masters changed their forms according to the music, they grew 2 shells on their backs and danced like clam girls. When the music started to have metallic sounds, the female GU masters' hands turned into the pincers of prawns and crabs. As they danced, the wind blew and they looked very heroic. The music changed 18 times, the female GU masters also changed 18 times, they danced in different styles, it was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea has a myriad of styles, it is truly different from Northern Plains' bold and unrestrained beauty. Tai Bai Yunsheng praised generously. Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan did not speak, he asked, I wonder what Mr. Chen's opinion is? It is truly beautiful. Fang Yuan said, but he found it funny inwardly. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high, even when he suppressed Bu Dan, he relied on schemes and traps. But in this life, Fang Yuan displayed great strength, Shark Demon and Su Baiman treated him warmly. In his previous life, although Fang Yuan participated in the shark fishing banquet, he did not have this song and dance to liven things up. In this life, he had this performance. It showed how much Shark Demon cared about Fang Yuan. After the dance, the female GU masters retreated. Su Baiman said with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Chen and Mr. Tai Bai have any questions. Which maid did he fancy? As long as the two of you say it, I will make the decision and give it to you. I'm old. Thank you, madam, for your concern. Tai Bai Yunsheng politely refused. Fang Yuan said, I've heard of the shark fishing banquet. Instead, I'm more interested in the sharks outside the hall. Su Baiman was slightly disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, He, it seems that the 2 sirs are not lucky enough to choose maids. But this was a shark in the sea. But I can't make the decision. They are all my husband's pets. Ha ha ha, since the 2 of you are interested, how can I not give them to you? Whenever there was a shark fishing banquet, he would give some sharks as a gift. However, there's another rule here. I wonder if the 2 of you know about it? Shark Demon asked. Of course I know about it. Fang Yuan nodded, he waved his feather fan in front of his chest, but I still need to confirm it with Master. No matter what we catch, or how much we catch, they all belong to us. Of course, as long as the 2 of you do it yourself. Shark Demon nodded and replied. There was no hesitation. Fang Yuan smiled, then let me deduce which shark is the most precious in this shark sea. But if I can really get it, I hope the 2 of you will be willing to part with it. He. Mr. Chen, do whatever you want. Shark Demon laughed, he wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true abilities. Fang Yuan pretended. He pinched his fingers and deduced. At once, starlight shone on his body. It was dazzling. After a while, starlight shone everywhere, filling the hall. In an instant, there was the sound of bells. It was too wonderful for words. The starlight was dazzling, the aura of immortal Gu spread out, causing Shark Demon and Subaiman to be moved. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. This wisdom star Chen Dao is truly amazing. I wonder if husband has noticed, he has already used 3 different immortal Gu. I wonder what kind of wisdom path immortal Gu they are. What they did not know was that Fang Yuan was only putting on an act, it was just a facade. The starlight slowly dissipated, sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead, he closed his eyes and rested for a while before slowly opening them. His eyes were shooting out starlight that was over 3 meters long. The light was so bright that people could not look at him directly. To think that Shark Demon and Subaiman have such powerful methods. They actually used the power of enslavement path to restrain a rank 8 one-finger flow shark. It is truly amazing. Although I deduced it, my methods are too shallow and I am unable to capture this beast. There is nothing I can do. Earlier, I was still speaking arrogantly. Now that my abilities are lacking, I hope the 2 lords will not laugh at me. Shark Demon and Subaiman's bodies shook. Resourceful star Chen Dao even figured out this secret. This, at once, this rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide-opened eyes, fixedly staring at Fang Yuan, disbelief frozen on their faces. After a few breaths of time, Shark Demon and Subaiman reacted, their emotions slightly calming down. Subaiman sighed, "Today, I finally know Sir Chen's power. The one-finger flow shark is our husband and wife's greatest secret. Mr. Chen might not know this, but in order to prevent this matter from being calculated by others, we husband and wife went to great lengths to ask Song Dan to help us conceal this matter." Shark Demon continued, "Twin polar plate armor pill, Nangong hid Hua N, and Dragon Head Tortoise returned from Adversity Sea. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, Song Dan is publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding wisdom path Gu immortals. Brother Chen's method can actually break Song Dan's defense. Doesn't this mean that Brother Chen's wisdom path attainment is already comparable to Song Dan's?" Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he seemed to have accidentally faked it. He quickly waved his hand, trying to salvage the situation. "I am ashamed. I cannot compare to Song Dan, I had also performed exceptionally earlier. If I were to face Song Dan himself, there would be no chance of victory." Shark Demon's upper body leaned forward, he stared at Fang Yuan. "I have finally seen Sir's method. But, earlier in Yu Lu Blessed Land, why did I not see Sir activate the immortal Gu?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "Wouldn't activating the immortal Gu expend immortal essence? The cost would increase. I am not a wealthy person like Lord Shark Demon. Moreover, using mortal Gu can also unravel the battlefield killer move, it is just that the time needed is slightly longer, why not?" Shark Demon was greatly moved. Fang Yuan did not care about time, but he did. He had accepted a mission from Zombie Alliance to attack Yu Lu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him. If he did not make much progress, he might be replaced by someone else. Thus, Shark Demon and Subaiman were under a lot of pressure. "Sir, you do not know that I am an impatient person. In order to avoid problems, the faster we attack Yu Lu Blessed Land, the better." Shark Demon laughed heartily, continuing, "It seems that the price I offered earlier did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chen, state your price, I will try my best to satisfy it." Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled, "It is best to slow down when attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land. Lord Shark Demon, don't you know the value of battlefield killer moves?" "Of course I do. I also know the true value of Yu Lu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to set up battlefield killer moves. But these methods can be learned from the land spirit after attacking the Blessed Land." Shark Demon answered. "What if there is no land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. The possibility is very small." Shark Demon hesitated. "Even if it is small, it is still possible. Lord Shark Demon has been attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land for so long, have you seen the land spirit?" I don't think so. Thus, the safest method is to slowly attack and understand all these battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Shark Demon was getting angry. He continued to persuade Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was insistent. Shark Demon could not turn hostile. He needed Fang Yuan's help. He could only endure it. Fang Yuan was fearless. He raised the price, and only agreed when Shark Demon reached his limit. After resting for a few days, Fang Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yu Lu Blessed Land again. This time, he used Star Thought Immortal GU and spent many days to help Shark Demon unravel the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. As for this Star Thought Immortal GU, it was quite strange. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he tried to refine Star Thought Immortal GU for the first time, and he actually succeeded. But the truth was, Immortal GU refinement was not so simple. The reason why Star Thought Immortal GU was refined was because of Fang Yuan's extensive practice in his previous life. Maybe after connecting He Lulan, Fang Yuan's luck became better. This was one of the reasons why the GU refinement succeeded. Fang Yuan had already started to stockpile immortal materials. He was preparing to refine rank 6 all-out effort GU when the time was right. Time flew by, and several months had passed. With Fang Yuan's help, Shark Demon's invasion of Yu Lu Blessed Land was much smoother than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Fang Yuan. After using Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan no longer lacked Star Thoughts. He had already grasped Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield, and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal GU, he could not create any battlefield killer move. But this was already a huge gain. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of battlefield killer moves. As long as he used the Light of Wisdom, given time, Fang Yuan was confident that he could use these Immortal GU to create his own battlefield killer move. Finally, Fang Yuan faced the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops again. He finally encountered a problem. Unmoving Troops was the final round of Yu Lu Blessed Land. It involved Wisdom Path and was very difficult. Adding on that Fang Yuan did not have any experience in unraveling it in his previous life, his progress was very slow. Fang Yuan gave up. He did not join Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon could not order him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered. Countless fragment worlds fell on Central Continent. In his previous life, Fang Yuan obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster attainment levels in the Dream Realm of the Fragment Worlds. But the Dream Realm was not fully explored by him. In this life, Fang Yuan was looking forward to it. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels rise again? Or the attainment levels of other paths? Chapter 990. Several days later, Fang Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here. It was still stable for now. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had sent GU immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that He Fengyang had brought Fang Yuan here, their expressions turned ugly. This time, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan's rank 6 bottom tier cultivation level. Otherwise, they would not have been able to obtain such a huge benefit. The fragment world here was just enough for a bottom-tier rank 6 GU immortal to barely enter. But among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where could there be a GU immortal with such low cultivation level like Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan was the only one who was in high demand. Crane Gate made full use of the competition rules of the 10 great ancient sects to bring them into the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Ching took care of Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hoang. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart, should he kill Feng Kim Hoang? Because Spirit Affinity House did not announce the death of Feng Joga, according to Fang Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Joga had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. Even if Feng Joga died in my previous life, the 100 days battle in this life has not ended yet. Anything is possible. Moreover, Feng Joga's death in my previous life has not been confirmed yet. Most importantly, the reason why I wanted to kill Feng Kim Hoang was because I wanted to snatch her dream wings immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even if she is immortal, she can make the immortal Gu self-destruct with just a thought. Even if I am a Gu immortal, without special methods, I cannot snatch it. If I deal with her now, Feng Joga is still at her peak, she will definitely be attacked by Spirit Affinity House and other super forces. This is courting death. Go in. The others have already entered, and since your cultivation is the highest, you've been arranged to be the last, He Fengyang said in a low voice. There was no helping it, if Fang Yuan entered in advance, the other 9 sects were all mortal Gu masters and could not compete with Fang Yuan. Of course. From this, one could see the weakness of the Crane Gate. If Crane Gate was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult for Fang Yuan to be first. The fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Fang Yuan. It was a scene of a blue lake. It was like a torn half of a painting, suddenly inserted into the small valley overgrown with bushes. This was not a complete blessed grotto heaven. Fang Yuan stepped into it. The next moment, he was in the fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Looking back, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still in the valley. He was no longer in the same world as Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals' gazes were either gloomy or envious. There was no helping it, their cultivation levels were too high, they had countless Dao marks, if they forcefully entered, they would directly break this fragile fragment world. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, the desolate beast dragonfish was hiding near the island in the middle of the lake. It was influenced by immortal Gu. It became very violent and berserk. I have lost self-strength immortal Gu now, I cannot use strength path giant hand. It is not as convenient to capture it now as in my previous life. Fang Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similar to his previous life, some elite Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were still trapped on the island in the lake. Around the island, the lake water was dangerous and violent, the desolate beast dragonfish was causing huge waves. Fang Yuan descended from the sky, using an immortal method. After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Fang Yuan flew towards the Dream Realm. He arrived at the Dreamland. Feng Kim Hoang had already led the 4 Gu masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this Dream Realm. Fang Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hoang smiled. Her facial features were like a painting, her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Fang Yuan also smiled. Before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Kim Hoang was prepared and was about to speak. Fang Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombie's method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Kim Hoang was taken aback. She did not expect Fang Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sects. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal Gu. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have dream wings immortal Gu. Don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal Gu. Fang Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative, Feng Kim Hoang, wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Kim Hoang had the immortal Gu that Fairy Bai Ching gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence, but she was immortal after all. She could not defeat an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hoang had a bitter expression. Fang Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have dream wings immortal Gu. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path Mortal GU recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path Mortal GU before, but those were all secret experiments. I planned to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these Dream GU were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path Mortal GU recipes. Change your request. For example, Strength Path Mortal GU recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path GU worms had appeared, they were limited. To truly form a mature path like Dream Path, just Dream Wings Immortal GU and Dream Travel were not enough. Only a path that everyone could cultivate could be called a path. Dream Path had just started to develop, it was showing signs of progress. In the 5 regions, only super forces had spare time to research it. Thus, the GU recipes of Dream Path Mortal GU were extremely valuable. Fang Yuan did not persist. He knew, even if Feng Kim Hoang knew the GU recipes of Dream Path Mortal GU, he would not give them to him. The reason why he made this request was for his true motive. Fang Yuan said, "Then how about this? I need information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You might not know, but this person is a legendary figure in your Spirit Affinity house. Give me his information, don't try to fool me with the information on the market." Feng Kim Hoang thought, this Fang Yuan is underestimating me. Even though I am a mortal GU master, I have been in contact with the world of GU immortals since young. How can I not know Bo Qing's name? However, why does Fang Yuan want Bo Qing's information? He thought again, Bo Qing is already dead, so what if I agree to his request? It is easy for my mother to get this information. Even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets, I have a sense of propriety. I will not foolishly hand over all the information to Fang Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Kim Hoang nodded in agreement. But Fang Yuan continued, this dream realm is something that Crane Gate must obtain. How long you can explore it will depend on the amount of information you give me. You can send a letter now and ask your mother to prepare. I want to see the goods in 2 hours in Central Continent time. Then, I will give you more time according to the quality of the information. Feng Kim Hoang's heart sank. She knew that Fang Yuan was not so easy to fool. She was the treasure of her parents. She naturally had Immortal GU and a large number of information Path Mortal GU to let Fairy Bai Qing know about Feng Kim Hoang's condition. After a while, the two finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan left the dream realm directly. In this blessed land, even though he had subdued the desolate beast dragonfish, he still had a desolate beast hidden essence turtle and a desolate plant nethergrass to collect. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, several days had passed in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. Fang Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nethergrass. Like in his previous life, he released some rockmen to search for valuable GU worms or GU materials in his place. He returned to the dream realm, where Feng Kim Hoang could not conceal her dispirited and irritated mood as she handed him the first batch of information. Fang Yuan looked through it and nodded repeatedly. This information was very detailed, worthy of being the internal information of Spirit Affinity House. In my previous life, when Central Continent's falling heavenly river changed, many GU immortals gained benefits, but I could not interfere. In this life, I have my previous life's experience and insights. I do not need to make many deductions. I can save a lot of time and energy. Maybe I can explore falling heavenly river. Fang Yuan thought in his heart while commenting, although this information is detailed, it doesn't touch on many secrets. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, this time refers to the time in the fragment world. Feng Kim Hoang nodded, sighing inwardly. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of this dream realm. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal GU, she could not get through the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that she could explore this dream realm in 6 to 7 days and obtain a huge improvement. But the cruel reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on the price. But now, this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Sigh. Feng Kim Hoang sighed deeply again. Fang Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly, he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience, he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of dream path mortal GU, he could use unravel dream many times. The first layer of the Beastman Wind Not Grass Dream Realm and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Fang Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the Dream Realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. "You are finally here." She looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Fang Yuan's body shook. Chapter 991. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night sky was gentle, stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Fang Yuan entered the dream realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was primordial origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice and appearance were naturally widely known, thus Fang Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long, her eyes were like the moon in a well, they were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Fang Yuan with an eerie expression, her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. "You are finally here." She spoke slowly, her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. "Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm?" Fang Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Fang Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fang Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the immortal killer move Familiar Face. But now, even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Fang Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first 2 layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then. Hei Lulan fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream, I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Fang Yuan's thoughts. "You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song." As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring, and it was pleasant to listen to. Then, she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Fang Yuan heard her sing, "The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, the road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times, the unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only providence is boundless. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Fang Yuan's concentration was completely focused. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hoang, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place, feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Fang Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the content of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song, only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time, in southern border. Shadow Sect's headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door, there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal GU as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill. A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Fang Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal GU in the dream. Now, it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal GU in his palm. This immortal GU was refined by Central Continent's Yu Mu Chun. It was Rule Path and was called Reality. Reality Immortal GU was activated by Old Man Inkstone using his immortal essence. It turned into a silver light that flew into the sky at an incredible speed. In the air, it kept flying around the dream, dragging out a long silver tail that stopped in midair. It did not dissipate. Rise. Old Man Inkstone thought in his mind. Countless GU worms flew out of his immortal aperture, surrounding Spectral Soul's dream realm. They formed a formation in the air. Hundreds and thousands of mortal GU, all of them rank 5. They used Reality Immortal GU. There were also 9 immortal GU left in the dream realm as the cause, forming a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Inkstone's face turned purple gold. Most of the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life had been expended. All of his GU worms were destroyed. Only a silver cocoon of light was left. The cocoon was huge. It completely covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm. Old Man Inkstone let out a breath of turbid air. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired, but also had a gratified expression. He looked at the silver cocoon in front of him, muttering, "Next, I just have to wait for the nurturing to succeed." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, walking out of the underground cave. He succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield. It used Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight, and Star Thought as the cores. Even though the explosive power was not strong, it was endless. It could expend a lot of the enemy's battle strength. The light of wisdom is truly amazing. If I had to deduce it myself, I might not even be able to deduce it in 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This Star Soul Battlefield might only have over 600 GU, including Immortal GU. But the truth was, the coordination and usage of GU worms were extremely complex. Thus, Fang Yuan needed at least 5 minutes to set up this Star Soul Battlefield. This time was not long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was still below average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves needed a lot of time to set up. In his previous life, Fairy Li Shan fought against He Tribe's 4 old-timers Green City Rampage. She used the immortal battlefield killer move Pear Garden in Mountain. She had already started preparing it when she was lying in ambush earlier. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot compare to Pear Garden in Mountain. But the battlefield has countless ways to wear them down. It is far superior to Pear Garden in Mountain in this aspect. After all, this Star Soul Battlefield mainly uses Battle Soul Battlefield as a reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to find a suitable opponent to test it on. He quickly thought of that One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength and has 3-time Path Immortal GU. My Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Moreover, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I have to deal with Shark Demon and Subaiman at the same time. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could of course cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demonis. According to this time, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis had already exchanged letters many times, reaching an initial understanding and some common understandings. Fang Yuan could rely on his status as He Lolan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demonis to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark. It was highly possible. However, Fang Yuan did not choose this method. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demonis in terms of battle spoils. He would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demonis to kill Shark Demon and Subaiman. Although Fang Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demonis was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demonis could at most suppress Shark Demon and Subaiman. She could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demonis. If I don't find her, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demonis' existence and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulan and the others, and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Shark Demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Fang Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Fang Yuan, their progress in attacking Yu Lu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biding your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start. They could only look at the immortal GU fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan could be imagined. But Fang Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demonis take over Yu Lu Blessed Land. Chapter 992. The sky was blue, there were only a few clouds. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking afar. He saw a vast sea and sky. The sea was blue, there were no waves, it was a grand sight. This was the unique sight of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was calm, it was quite similar to the bold and unrestrained northern plains. When huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea, it would be dangerous and violent, and the resemblance to northern plains would vanish. Eastern Sea had a lot of water, it had many changes. It was precisely because of this change that this magnificent scenery was created, and it also brewed the unique cultural styles. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was small, it was the territory of Zombie Alliance, Bu Dan's private sea area. But Bu Dan had already been chased out. The one occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demonis. A while ago, Fang Yuan's letter to Blazing Heaven Demonis had already been sent to the bottom of the sea. But there were no movements in the sea. Who are you? Such guts, you dare to disturb me at the most crucial moment of the GU refinement. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was shocked, he had already activated his investigative methods, but Blazing Heaven Demonis movements were untraceable. Fang Yuan could not sense her. She actually got close to him, and even before she spoke, Fang Yuan did not sense anything. On the surface, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He turned around and bowed. I am Fang Yuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demonis. Fang Yuan? Blazing Heaven Demonis' eyes shined with bright light. These last days, she had been in a good mood. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had resumed their correspondence, in the letter, Fairy Li Shan expressed her understanding for He Lulan. Earlier, she was not really refining GU. She only received an information path mortal GU. The Gu's message was friend of He Lulan. This made Blazing Heaven Demonis curious and wary. She concealed herself and got close to Fang Yuan to probe him. Fang Yuan did not sense anything. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. This made Blazing Heaven Demonis wariness lower. Blazing Heaven Demonis had a strong personality. She immediately accused Fang Yuan of disturbing her GU refinement. She wanted to take the initiative to force him. But she did not say anything. Blazing Heaven Demonis' words made Blazing Heaven Demonis admire Fang Yuan a little more. Fang Yuan nodded, that is me. Saying so, he deactivated Familiar Face, turning from Resourceful Star's image back to his immortal zombie body appearance. Blazing Demonis' pupils dilated slightly. Blazing Heaven Demonis sighed, this rank 8 attitude GU really is. GU Demonis GU, Dao is. GU. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, Wisdom Star Chen Dao is me, but I am not just the Wisdom Star. GU, and she and was, she. GU. GU Demonis and Demonis. She had long coveted Lu blessed land. Hence, he had been secretly paying attention to and collecting information on Shark Demon. The Blazing Heaven Demonis had long since learned about Fang Yuan's disguise as the resourceful star Chen Dao. If I did not have Wisdom Path attainment, how could I create Imperial Court blessed land alone? The Blazing Heaven Demonis. I wonder if you are interested in Lu blessed land? Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. Blazing Heaven Demonis smiled. What do you think? Fang Yuan smiled and said calmly, if you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demonis laughed. Is this also what your master, Zishan Makoto, wants? Fang Yuan did not deny it. With my ability, as long as I have some time, I will be able to break the final battlefield killer move in Lu blessed land. However, it's up to you to push Shark Demon and Su Baiman out. If he did not have Star Thought Immortal GU, Fang Yuan might not have the confidence. But with Wisdom Path Immortal GU and the unmoving battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not have a hard time taking it down. Blazing Heaven Demonis' expression turned grim. Fang Yuan controlled the tempo of the conversation. She finally felt impatient. Words are no proof, she said coldly. Just because you say you have the ability, does that mean you have the ability? How can I trust you? The anger of a rank 8 GU immortal was not a small matter. The atmosphere became heavy. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected Blazing Heaven Demonis to have such a reaction. Blazing Heaven Demonis did not know Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience and knew about Blazing Heaven Demonis. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took the initiative in the conversation. It is easy to make Lord believe in my ability. I will show my incompetence first. Saying so, Fang Yuan used his fingers to make deductions. At once, starlight appeared on his body, immortal Gu auras fluctuated. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fang Yuan stopped pretending. He sighed to blazing heaven demoness. A rank 8 great expert is truly not easy to deduce. This is your excuse for failure. Blazing heaven demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Lord has already contacted people in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and is preparing to expel Shark Demon and Su Baiman. I'm afraid Bu Dan has already been captured by you, right? First subdue him, then release him and let him use immortal Gu materials to bribe Su Baiman. By then, you can find an excuse to steal the Gu materials, and you can openly find trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan in such a short time. She was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though she cultivated Fire Path, she had methods to defend against Wisdom Path Gu immortals' deductions. Why was this method so useless in front of Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make my sister wary and make Little Lan suffer. No, that might not be the case. Maybe this was deduced by Zishan Makoto. He is just putting on a show in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not easy to fool. Good, since you have such ability, I have a problem to solve now. Before she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed with her hand, flames rose and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He once again experienced Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering nature, but he was not worried that she would harm him. Because He Lolan's attitude immortal Gu was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to kill Fang Yuan, was she not afraid that Fang Yuan would fight to the death and destroy attitude immortal Gu? Fang Yuan did not resist. He was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted. She turned into a blazing rainbow that tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with a fiery red color, unable to move. He did not know how long had passed, but suddenly, the flames in front of him disappeared. Fang Yuan found that he was in the middle of a wilderness. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Green grass covered the whole field. They were cute and fresh. There were few trees in the field. They had a wide field of vision. The most eye-catching thing was a palace not far away. This palace had azure gold carvings. On the surface were images of seas, the sky, mountains, and so on. This was the rough style of the remote antiquity era. The overflowing aura of immortal Gu showed how extraordinary this palace was. This was an immortal Gu house. At this moment, many Gu immortals were standing in groups on the field, surrounding this immortal Gu house from all directions. There were also some Gu immortals. They were floating in the air, far away from the immortal Gu house. But no matter which Gu immortal it was, their gazes were focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a blazing rainbow descended from the sky. It had a grand momentum. It was hard not to notice. Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 Gu immortal aura was even harder to ignore. With such a high-profile appearance, Fang Yuan, who came with her, was also targeted by countless gazes. I am Song Chi Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Cai Xiong greets you. To be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness personally, it is my honor as Ruolai. Soon, 3 Gu immortals acted as representatives, speaking. Even though they did not have as much cultivation as Blazing Heaven Demoness. But they represented Song Clan, Cai Clan, and Ruolai Clan. These 3 clans of Eastern Sea were super forces. They were also the main force that fought for ascending Heaven Plane in his previous life. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant. She nodded lightly at the 3, saying loudly, I have heard of old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I came here to try it. Go ahead. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Not mentioning Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 cultivation level. Behind her was the colossal force known as Zombie Alliance. If Zombie Alliance also wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, then Ascending Heaven Plane situation would be in huge turmoil. Lady Blazing Heaven comes from Northern Plains, you are a guest. How can my Song family be lacking in etiquette? This one is untalented, so let me accompany you. Song Chi Yuan took the initiative to slowly fly over. Brother Chi Yuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived. Cai Xiong is willing to explain to you. Cai Xiong had just finished speaking when Ruolai Guiyi also flew to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at the three immortals. She did not chase them away, letting them stand beside her. Ascending Heaven Plane's location determined that Zombie Alliance could not reach it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but only 3 were truly fighting for the hegemony here. These 3 clans fought openly and secretly, but when Blazing Heaven Demoness, a powerful external force, suddenly appeared, they allied together to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not need to guess to know that these 3 clans had already sent an urgent message. Soon, there would be rank 8 experts appearing to control the situation here. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not touch it. Even though she was a rank 8 GU immortal, if she tried to take over Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not support her, she would also offend the 3 superforces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering nature, but she was not stupid. She was very intelligent and knew how to compromise. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have made that new alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. Chapter 993. Wisdom Star. This is Ascending Heaven Plane, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. The Legends of Renzu has records of it. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only are they irregular, they are also complex and ever-changing. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, show me Tiannan's inheritance. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He already knew Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods had just been exposed not long ago. Even He Lulan and the rest did not know. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land, she had to personally probe Fang Yuan's wisdom path abilities. If Fang Yuan had good strength, she would trust Fang Yuan and place the responsibility of taking down Yu Lu Blessed Land on his shoulders. If Fang Yuan was just an idiot, Blazing Heaven Demoness would find someone else to help him. As for Fang Yuan, he was useless, he could only stay at the side. Wisdom Star, why does this name sound familiar? Since this person is favored by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some ability. TMPH, Ascending Heaven Plane space path Dao marks are not only complex, they are constantly changing. Our 3 clans are restricted by them, our progress is slow. With his own strength, how is that possible? Song Chi Yuan, Cai Xiong, and Ruolai Guiyi conversed secretly. They watched as Fang Yuan landed on the ground and walked towards the immortal Jiyu house left behind by old eccentric Tiannan. Not just the 3 of them, the other GU immortals' gazes were also focused on Fang Yuan. In Song Clan's camp, there was a young girl dressed in white. Her immortal light was like snow. She was the pearl of Song Clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yisha. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. At this moment, Song Yisha stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. She had a curious expression. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon tried to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land. He tried all ways to ask for this person's help. Previously, Chen Dao helped Shark Demon unravel several battlefield killer moves. His progress was extremely fast. But for some reason, Chen Dao suddenly ignored Shark Demon. Strange. Shika-chan, why do you know so much about Chen Dao? But speaking of which, this kid was indeed elegant and graceful. You are extraordinarily handsome. People will have a good impression of you at first glance. A female GU immortal elder of Song Clan teased Song Yisha. A blush flashed across Song Yisha's face as she explained, Chen Dao once revealed one of Shark Demon's secrets, and in order to protect this secret, Shark Demon once asked Uncle Song Jodan for help. That's why I value him. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Xing Xiongzi. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. But in this life, since he had rank 8 attitude GU and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make full use of this killer move. Changing into a good-looking face could make people lower their guard, making it easier for Fang Yuan to act. Song Clan's GU immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Song Jiaodan was the pride of Song tribe. He was publicly recognized as one of the 3 Wisdom Path GU immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jiaodan's method, just this alone. Just this alone was enough to show how amazing he was. At once, Song Clan's GU immortals looked at Fang Yuan with different gazes. Fang Yuan walked in front of everyone. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he slowly came to a halt. He had a calm expression on his face, but he was secretly concentrating on something. Ascending heaven plane was not simple. These secluded domains of heaven and earth often had their own mystical properties. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while ascending heaven plane had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, ascending heaven plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through ascending heaven plane. However, after Renzu's children wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even ascending heaven plane was affected. Ascending heaven plane was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs. And they were still changing. Even though ascending heaven plane looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a GU immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the spacepath Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Fang Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal GU, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal GU house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, after 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this moment, he was still 300 steps away from the immortal GU house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan, but he had already caught up to the GU immortal at the end. This GU immortal came from Ruolai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Fang Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless. He had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Fang Yuan had to move and stop from time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the spacepath Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long, halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in Lu Blessed Land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had already gained some understanding during his deductions. 15 minutes later, he surpassed most of the GU immortals on the ground, getting to the front. Wisdom Star Chen Dao. Cai Xiong stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? At this attainment level, he is at least a wisdom path grandmaster. Ruo Lai Gui Yi gritted his teeth. Song Qi Yuan sighed to himself. It is a pity that my Song clan's Song Jordan could not come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been obtained by my Song clan long ago. Blazing Heaven Demonis was very satisfied. Such an achievement was enough to take down Yulu blessed land even in the huge Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demonis could not help but feel shocked. How many years has it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? He not only cultivates strength path, but also has such deep wisdom path attainment. And from my sister's letter, he seems to have displayed impressive enslavement path attainment in the imperial court contest. With such a disciple, his master, Zishan Makoto, must be extraordinary. It is about time. I am about 108 steps away from the immortal GU house. Even though I can continue moving forward, I am already at the front. If I shorten the distance, I might attract trouble. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. With Blazing Heaven Demonis, he could easily take down Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But against Song clan, Cai clan, and Ruolai clan, Blazing Heaven Demonis alone was too weak. The space path Dao marks here increased in number as they got closer to the inheritance, and they were changing rapidly. Thus, the difficulty of deductions rose rapidly. With just Fang Yuan's ability, he could not reach the immortal GU house. Especially after 80 steps, he needed wisdom path killer moves. The wisdom path killer moves here were not defensive methods like Starfog concealment, nor were they offensive moves like Hotaru, they were used for deductions. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation. But he had wisdom GU. Even though he did not subdue wisdom GU, he could use the light of wisdom. With just this light of wisdom, he could leave countless wisdom path killer moves that were used for deductions far behind. If he had the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through long ago. He would be at least 50 steps away, not 100 steps away. The light of wisdom could not be exposed. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave today. The three super forces were eyeing this place. How could they let Fang Yuan leave after taking advantage of them? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis snickered to herself. This Fang Yuan knew his place. Not to mention that Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. Even if she had rank 8 cultivation level, she would not dare to covet the things here. She had wanted to retreat long ago. But retreating without fighting was troublesome. Song clan, Cai clan, and Ruolai clan, these three superforces viewed Ascending Heaven Plane as their exclusive territory. Blazing Heaven Demonis barged in. If the three clans did not take a firm stance, even more people would covet her. And for Blazing Heaven Demonis, if she left early, the three superforces would pursue her. She might as well stay and deal with this matter first. She had to fight rank 8 GU immortals. Sure enough, not long later, the three clans rank 8 GU immortals appeared. They formed an alliance and negotiated with Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis was alone, but her aura was not weak. She took the initiative to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. Nobody knew of their sparring. After the sparring, Blazing Heaven Demonis landed and laughed heartily, leaving Ascending Heaven Plane with Fang Yuan. In contrast, the three rank 8s of Song clan, Cai clan, and Ruolai clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains GU immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing GU immortals of the four regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path Attainment Level. This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains, she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demonis. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion, we need to be more vigilant. Millimeter, that makes sense. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.